pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, everybody. So we'll go into the board of minutes.
Billy, I couldn't find them. I looked and looked, so I haven't had a chance to
go through.
look at them. Have you read them and are you okay with them? Honestly,
I know, I remember started reading it.
I.
It's been a few weeks now.
So if we could maybe. Can we, put that at a later time and approve them and.
Well, I think we should, because it's nobody,
Yeah.
I'm rather don't remember, otherwise we're gonna get a conflict, so what you did, you just, so. Let's,
Yeah.
We can.
when we get a free time there, we can.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can even print them for you.
Yeah, I'd rather do it that way,
Yeah.
so we'll move right in, we're gonna table the board of minutes till later to. This morning or this afternoon, means that. They can get grabs. We'll go into correspondence. First one is interested in serving on a MATO committee.
What committees are available?
There's a link on there that I can bring up a list for you. There's like 5 different committees that you can apply for. Yeah,
I'm done with those meetings. I can never make the meeting.
The next one is a reopening of a public notice. And this is on the DEQ. This is in Billings, Montana, and receiving Yellowstone water. One is before the Department of Environmental Quality of the state of Montana. There's a notice of a public hearing and proposed adoption and amendment on Water Protection Bureau. It's on November 15th.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Blaine.
Morning.
I just got that this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one's from Jeff Huber.
I think so.
And it's on the tree stump left behind the safety hazard. I thought this was just, this is to do with the town, it's nothing to do with us. So why is we getting
Who is it from?
Jeff Huber? After 2 years of waiting, the town finally removed the dead chokecherry tree just west of the courthouse on Boulevard grass, which is on city property. That's why I said not.
Yeah, he talked to the town, they weren't wanting to remove the stump, and so he was asking the county to do it,
Well,
but
in his last paragraph, he says we're supposedly liable for it too,
no,
which I thought, no.
no. It'd be, I mean, if you guys do that, it's out of the kindness of your heart.
Then he's starting to talk like, because of the trick or treaters that come.
Well, if he puts pumpkins like he does in the picture,
Potentially, yeah, we could talk to the town, but yeah,
does this need a response from us?
I've already
You've
I've
responded?
talked to him on the
Okay.
phone, yeah.
Okay, so the next one's a revised deterministic seismic hazard analyst report for FERC. A lot of words. Do you have any more ink for these? Or how do you,
I have to put ink in it. I would do that though.
What's the matter?
I'm running out of ink on this thing.
Say what?
Running out of ink on this
You
thing.
ink the bottom of it right in that little tray. And you get showed, Billy. I'll show you.
Okay, we'll have some fun with ink.
I can ink it for you.
Next one's from Tim Gilmore on gravel pit expansion.
Yeah, I talked to him, he just like. Sent me an email.
You what?
He sent me an email and said there's some requirement that they have. To publish that. Publication, I said, it's kind of in there.
His private gravel pit, but he has to give notice, yeah.
So he's giving notice, right?
I think he's gonna put that in the newspaper as well,
I think he said he did.
yeah.
Yeah, it says notice for the 10-acre expansion. So looks all cut and dried. I don't think there's anything we have to do right now, do we?
No.
Did we-
You are good, mate.
Yeah.
Notice is given.
Okay, the next one is from Jess Peterson. And it's on it's almost here, unpacking Montana as natural resources 2023 conference, last chance to attend. October 26th in June.
Oh, sunshine. I love you, but.
Too bright.
Yeah.
Next one's from Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. Closes, find a copy of annual report of the Big Sky Passenger Rail.
So this is the copy that we have right here,
Um,
that each of us have.
no, it's another thing that you might have.
Okay, that's good. Received. Oh, that, yeah, we saw that last week, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yeah, but you don't have a meeting last week.
okay, the next one's from Elena, and it's on, she's saying that her nor her attorney has received a response to my September 15th letter, 2023. And
Okay.
You guys have real work to do versus quarreling with Elena, that's my opinion.
So,
I've read all what she said, what we had before, and
yeah,
it's,
so what she's saying is we haven't responded. I feel that we should respond because there's allegations there that I feel are incorrect. If we respond and get it on the agenda, would we be able to discuss it? Because this looks like possible litigation against the county from her.
So I think you're making a good point of getting on the agenda and responding to the
Yeah,
allegation.
I think we need to discuss it and read through this and look at all the wrong information on it. And after listening to the recordings, I think that if we can respond to it. And that if she wants her attorney to have it, she can send her attorney a copy.
Well, I think it actually should, since she has an attorney, it should go to her attorney,
We should send it to the attorney
Yeah.
instead of her.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so we need it on the agenda to discuss this and respond and send it to her attorney,
Yeah,
I feel,
put it on for next week.
yes.
That's all we have on correspondence. Any public comment on correspondence? All right, we'll go into public comment. Any public comment?
Oh, okay, yeah. Pretty cool.
Go ahead, Mr. McKay, Jim,
We said to ask to unmute.
can't hear ya.
There it goes.
All right, this is Jim Baque. I was trying to figure out, I couldn't see what was being said behind that piece of paper in front of the camera. I was just wondering what the comment was.
When I had the piece of paper, I was looking at the document. Did you hear a comment? There was no
No,
comment.
that's why I was
made.
asking.
Yeah, you can't assume that there was a
You can't
comment.
assume there was a comment if there wasn't a comment. And I'm stating there
Well, for-
wasn't one.
Okay, that's your right.
My opinion,
No, it's your right. It's either it was or it wasn't. It's not an
We're not gonna
opinion.
get a big argument here. I'm not getting into this.
Back off, babe. Back off.
What was this face thing on there? Down in the left corner, that black hole.
Oh, I don't know, I didn't see it.
There's something come up down there. I didn't know somebody was trying, but it looked like it was one of them. Yeah,
I don't know, I didn't see it.
what thing?
down in that left corner, down the very bottom, something come up on there. There was some kind of a facial
Oh.
thing. What's that mean?
You can post emojis.
Oh, someone's responding to.
I thought the chat was cut off,
The
or
chat is, but instead of raising a hand,
you could do an emoji.
do
So I don't know
emotion.
if you could cut that off or not.
I'll look into it, but I don't know.
Who did the emoji?
I think that's from that. I can't see, what's it say in the very bottom of
TVFM.
PBFM?
Oh,
Any other public comment?
how you doing? Good.
One public comment.
Oh. Hey Billy, can you confine those minutes? And I just totally.
Wednesday after the last meeting, so it would have been the 11th.
What?
I think it was on the
Looking for it.
I'll put it on the 11th.
Oh.
Today's the 24th.
Yep, you guys didn't meet last week.
These are.
Oh. That's why I couldn't find them. Okay, so. Actually. I did read the minutes from the week. That's why I couldn't find the minutes from last week.
You wanna go,
So, did you read the minutes from the week before?
we never had none last week.
We didn't have any last week. We had our trial. last week.
Yeah, I'm reading them now.
Okay,
And I did read them, so I remember.
Okay. yeah, I read them too. So, as long as we're in here and I make a motion that we accept the board minutes for October 10th, 2023.
Nice looking.
Sorry, I forgot.
Public comment? All in favor?
I,
Motion carried. So we'll go ahead and move into the weekly report. Superintendent Paul Alt's here. First thing I wanna say, that time thing, don't talk about it at all. On this thing, cause we can't talk because it's union.
Hmm.
Where it says time clock policy for union, we cannot bring that up.
yeah, I figured that. I don't know if to put it on the agenda. Oh, okay. My bad again.
No. So I don't, I just, anyway, but go ahead, Paul.
So we're just Trying to get some final blading done on some of these roads before we get this bad weather. And we're putting the last toe to Durapatch oil out today. And then we'll get that machine cleaned out and put away for the winter. Just because unless something happens, we got some good weather, then we'll go get some more oil and do some more. But we're just kind of tentatively planning on it being, it's gonna turn kind of cold, so.
They missed a little spot on the East Fork right by Mungus's.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'd like, no, other than that, it looked really great.
We got a few more loads of cold patch. We're gonna keep using that up, and then I'm gonna order another 30 ton or so of the winter mix. It's more pliable, so we can use it during the cold weather like we do every year. And other than that, that's about it.
Did you get the grade on East Fork?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah,
Just bladed off or something.
it's bladed off as good as it's gonna get.
Somebody was kind of worried about the ditch.
Yeah, they're,
Is it gonna work?
yeah, it's took care of, so. And then next year we'll have to put some gravel on there, but we're good for the season anyway. Got that took care of. He's up in Willow Creek right now, trying to get up towards Scotchman. Once you get past Scotchman, it's not bad, so. Other than that, they got the well drilled at the dump. That's all done. Wound up being really good, 125 feet, they got about 25 gallons a minute water, so.
Cool, that's good. So are you done hauling and putting gravel down?
Yeah, we're quit last week ago, Thursday or something.
Okay, so we need the report from you turned in for how much gravel went on each county road.
Not a problem.
Yeah, we need that so we can start our book and have documentation for the public.
So it's Fork work done.
They never got done. But. So I guess we're gonna be down.
So we cut it off then.
Yeah, we not loader out there. We brought our loader in. I'll get a bill from them. I mean. I'll
No,
have that
you
bill.
have to send them a
Right.
bill, yeah.
How much of that did they take?
Oh, 600 yards about.
That's the moose.
Yeah.
That moose lake.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he's gonna just. Call Vicky and pay with credit card.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, they have to get the bill before they do it.
Right. Well, he was wanting to wait because they wanted to get done, but then the weather turned and the Job Corps people left and so.
I read in correspondence that Cameron does not want to go for rack. And put any gravel on Lake Shore Road.
He also made the comment that we at the last minute
Pulled out.
pulled out, which was absolutely incorrect.
Yeah, they recommended we pull
Yeah.
out because it was going to go up to 400,000
Yeah.
matching funds. And they were gonna do it later, and then they never told us when they were gonna do it.
What meeting was that?
This was a comment from.
From-
It was
the
a
correspondence.
response to an email I had sent to Cameron last week. It was a response. to
Maybe we should get that on the agenda, respond to them because.
Yeah,
He-
That.
I, Sarah responded to me, so, yeah, I had reached out to Cameron last week about the rat grant, because I knew that time period was coming up, and then I sent you guys what he had responded to me. But,
Let's
Sarah reached out to me,
Yeah, let's put it on for agenda next week so we can talk.
yeah,
about it.
I'm gonna talk to her tomorrow.
reached out to you.
Sarah Rouse reached out to
okay.
me, and she was
They
saying
need
that.
to tell me who Sarah. reached
Sorry,
out.
yeah, she was thinking more of rack funds as far as doing maintenance on Lake Shore Road, not redoing the road. But she was gonna reach out to me tomorrow.
Yeah, let's wait till she gets, you talk to her, let's put it on the agenda for next week, then we all know it on the same
Good.
page.
Okay.
We got, well, I haven't asked,
Yeah.
because he hasn't finished.
Yeah,
yet.
this, I don't know.
Go ahead, Gail, just. We haven't finished.
Hi, commissioners, thank you. I just wanted to, I was gonna wait till you were finished. But
your hands, so I thought I'd better, because we've been missing hands, that's so.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Go ahead, Con.
Yeah, no, can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. I just wanted, I had sent Billy a response that we've been trying to get some kind of information from MSEP about that money of $190,000 for that bridge. I just want to communicate with you guys. I don't want you to, you don't have to make a decision or anything about that. I mean, it's been a good 3 to 4 months that we have been trying to get some kind of information for them that we can just pass that money through to you guys. And we're just kind of getting the runaround. So I'll get put on the agenda, and then maybe we can have a discussion about it. But if you guys are not going to do that, I believe the money has to be spent by 2025. And of course, there would have to be engineering and all of that kind of stuff. But if you guys think that you won't do it, then we can just turn the money back and go from there. I mean, it's not a big issue, I guess. We just keep getting the runaround from the Department of Commerce, and so that makes your timeline smaller. And as I told Billy, the inspection on that bridge is good, and you guys can read that for yourselves. But I just wanted to communicate with that, and I will try to get on the agenda next week and come up and talk to you more about it, if that is all right.
but yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
Potentially
Wayne.
could have John Fitzpatrick talk to him, put a little pressure on him. He was the one that I think helped with that originally.
Okay, so now. The 190,000 is to fix the bridge because needs repair. Right? Is this correct, Gail?
So the inspection on that bridge is okay. Mr. Fitzpatrick lobbied for that money to come to Drummond, worked hard for it, and all of that. And I mean, that was something that we thought about, starting if we were going to redo that road. Well, all of that, everything has changed now, with that. So I just am not sure where you guys want me to go with that. And we email or call them weekly, and I'm just not getting a whole lot of answers. So I just want to communicate to you, because you know how long it takes to do a project like that. So I will get put on the agenda hopefully next week. Maybe I'll have some more information.
Or they looked at it.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, it'll be next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
you.
communicate with you guys. Yep, thanks.
Go ahead, Wayne.
The Northwestern Energy did some work across the asphalt back behind the courthouse, and I don't think they redid that. Are you wanting the road department to fix that and send them a bill, or do you want me to ask them about?
If they got
fixing
time, can we do it and send them a bill? They paid the other one.
What did the city do?
it? I could ask them.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a town street.
yeah. Yeah, I could ask the mayor.
It's asphalt though.
Yeah,
They should have some, don't they, the city?
all right. We'll talk to them.
And then I guess not.
Okay.
Anything else? Any public comment?
So we got Lakeshore Drive then on for next week. He said that $50,000 wouldn't do anything. Put some gravel.
Well, that's the whole point, we should put gravel on, I mean, not gonna. Reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, we didn't talk about reconstructing the whole thing.
They want the county to work on that road, but are not willing
Yeah,
to
not willing to-
step up, and you guys were willing to take it over, and yeah, they recommended waiting on that, on the. Withdrawing on the grant and going forward later, so I don't understand that.
Because they said we wouldn't have any matching funds if we waited. It was gonna be 400,000, remember that? And then if we waited, it wouldn't be anything. They said that.
And then they're the ones, it wasn't us that, it was really
Kind of like they just,
Yeah.
very.
That was the commission's main concern over that whole deal, and made it conditional upon there being matching funds there.
And then I didn't know that you could apply for more than 50. I thought you could only apply for 50, but we could have applied for what,
75.
Correct.
for the rack? You can apply for as much as you want, right?
I,
No,
There's so much out there. And then you can apply for a portion of whatever. Way I understand it.
So I don't think that's right, like they're pointing out that they expect us to maintain their road, but they won't go for a rack to put in gravel on, so we can maintain.
So
So
our problem is that we're gonna be in exactly the same shape next spring as we were this spring.
Exactly.
Everybody gonna be in here having a coronary and our hands are tied if we can't put gravel. So,
Talk about it next week, but sending that, forward that email to like the homeowners association, having them put pressure on the Forest Service. That's my thought.
sounds good to me.
So we can't do anything to it, is that what you're saying?
well, if it's not our road and we put $50,000 worth of gravel on it. Wouldn't we wanna put that on one of our own roads?
Yeah. We're not putting on their road.
Correct, yeah, the way they were about the signs and stuff, so I was like.
So there was also a comment made that they lost $90,000 because of fact that we pulled out at the last
I don't
minute.
think that's right. But
You know,
I
they,
gotta think about it on that.
that's the way I recall it, that they recommended, we have to look at the minutes, but
Did we pay that 50?
no, I don't,
We never done
yeah.
that.
Or no, I
We
don't
didn't
think,
Pay the 50 that we were supposed to.
no, because it never, I don't believe we did.
No, cause they never come back with what they're talking. We never did. Why would we, I think it come down through, we're all sitting there, so why would we put 50,000 on their road? Not our road.
No, I
You-
agreed to put 50 on.
I think the
On the
commitment
green.
was 50 if it was gonna be a done,
Yeah,
that was gonna be the
50,
max, and that was gonna be a
and
done
then the
deal.
40 for rack went on it, so it was 90,000.
But we'll table it the next week and we can look at the minute.
Yeah, if we can go in and look and see,
Yeah, see if we paid 50.
Yeah, that's the question.
yeah, we can go in and look at that and search that out and see just what we've done. That's easy enough.
Okay, anything else, any public comment on this? Alrighty, we're about a minute ahead, but we'll move into James Crusoe.
I think you're right.
I guess the biggest thing was like what we talked last week was who's all gonna be. I mean, they got other. Yeah, better wait a minute for him.
Couple weeks ago.
Got a couple weeks.
In one of his responses, emails to me, he said it'd only be like 2 or 3 of them, and it'd be people that are professionally trained at it, or that's their,
But who
There's a-
covers the plane? I mean, if something.
well, they'd have to have the liability insurance in effect.
For
But-
everyone.
Yeah, they cover everyone.
Chuck,
Okay, I'm not gonna go for this agreement. Because. Well, it's our road, and we knew this was coming for a long time, and we got 2 new Boston trucks is what I call them. And we're doing smaller roads. And in my opinion, to put private people. It doesn't work. There's gonna be so many people up there, somebody's gonna do something wrong, everybody's gonna complain about this and that and the other thing, it's the way it goes with snowplow. So I just don't agree with. Having private people do county roads, so I'm not gonna agree to it. I think we should just. Buck up to nothing.
Good. Well, we already decided earlier than anyway that we'd go out there once a year,
I mean, for snow plowing.
man. The death trap,
all that.
Well, he's here now.
I mean, it's,
This second.
Come up, morning,
You're on.
want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, James Prusa, I'm a resident of Granite Road, South Granite.
So how's it a death trap?
well, I just mean it's a ski hill, you know? I just think that the county plows that road and keeps that road plowed open. Somebody's gonna get killed on it, going up, tourists going up to Granite to the ghost town in the middle of the winter, thinking they could easily get up there. They're gonna come skating off there and. In my opinion, something's gonna get.
Well, the same thing will happen if the private people do. And then we'll still be.
Right, it needs, but it needs to be closed, it shouldn't be. The tourists shouldn't be up there in the winter, I don't think.
What about the residents? I mean, there are families living up here, ladies and gentlemen, families. I've got 3 little kids up there. I've invested my life savings up there. Others are doing the same thing.
Hey,
I've been going up and down that road for
Don't go
3
yelling
years.
about it, don't go yelling about it. I was saying that the county should plow it.
What's that?
I was saying the county should plow it. So don't go.
I'm trying to help the county. Okay, fine. If you want to plow it, it's
Let's
fine.
not get in a big fight here. We're not,
I'm sorry.
I said, we're not gonna get in a big fight here.
Oh, I don't tend to get in a big fight.
I think one of the things that Commissioner Hinkle is saying is like a bigger policy issue is generally not even thinking about not allowing these in general is what you're talking about. But just generally not allowing these road maintenance agreements in general is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people up there. It was a single road, but one family lived up there. You know, like we have another road like that. And we said, okay, yeah, we'll do an agreement, you can plow it. You don't have the conflict with all these other people, and then the recreationists going up there. I mean, I can just see, I mean, I've plowed private road, okay, and there's a conflict. I mean, it might go on good for a couple of years, and then somebody's always got a problem with something. You know, or, you know, just the kind of things that can go wrong.
One thing we've talked about is just doing these as one-year agreements. I think that's smart to see how it, if you do them, just to see how it goes. Yeah, definitely not more than a year. I do understand your concerns on multiple people up there. You don't know who's doing it, but if they're showing like their credentials, that may be just using people that are professionally trained.
How are we gonna get there when we're having trouble getting everywhere else? I mean, if we start taking out line, then once if they're saying that they're gonna plow it, then they're gonna be calling saying they need plowed every day. That's just not gonna work. Go ahead.
Okay. So. What the gentleman is stating is the fact that the road isn't getting plowed, and it isn't. And you're saying, well,
Right.
we can do it once a year, is what you're saying. Wait, I'm just want to finish with my statement. So they came as a group of people to get this going so that, in other words, they're willing to get the liability insurance, they're willing to do all this to get it done, because we're basically stating that we're only gonna do it once a year. So they need it done more than once a year, or we have to state that we're gonna get up there and we're gonna plow it. And it's gonna be on a regular basis because there are family owners up there and it needs to be plowed.
No, that's maintenance once a year, not snow plowing.
Right.
Well, either way, it's gonna have to be plowed. And the maintenance.
One thing the agreement talks about is it only goes up to a certain point as well, and that is the language in there as is, you suggested, what is it?
From the bottom of Granite up to the miners union hall.
That is all the way up to
Yeah.
Granite. That is all the way.
Well, the road actually goes way back.
I know
in
it
there,
does. You
But
can't even get
but
beyond,
that's essentially the traveled road.
that road beyond. Is, forget it, yeah.
Yeah.
But guess what? I came up it in my Volvo,
Right.
believe it or not. No, but you're saying all the way up to Granite.
Yeah. Because there are two residents now living in Granite.
But I mean, we can't keep going. People keep building and going way up in these
Well-
places and then they want us to come and do all this.
They're
stuff.
agreeing to do it themselves.
We're not
That's what
asking
you're
you to do
saying. You right now are saying, excuse me, Ren, you're saying that we're only gonna do it once a year because we can't. We just can't be doing all the
Maintenance
roads.
once a year, not snow plowing.
Plowing when it
No,
needs
no,
to be
maintenance
plowed.
is the grading and cleaning ditches and stuff, that's once a year.
Okay,
The snow plowing is when it snows,
okay.
you know, depending on.
That's what I was.
Let me get this straight, just so that I understand. Maintenance once a year by the county.
Light, we're just asking once a year to make sure the drainage ditches are clear. And perhaps run the blade on the road like they
Okay.
did this year.
Maintenance from the county once a year, no maintenance on your part.
No, we're recommending
yeah.
that we do light maintenance,
Okay,
which is throughout the year. Keep the drainage ditches from sedimenting up, keeping the culverts clear. The culverts are essential on any mountain road. That those they're there for a reason. And so we would do the culverts, sedimentation in the uphill ditch lines. And if a tree falls, we'll remove the tree, boulders roll down, and we'll remove the boulders. That's it.
that's maintenance, right?
It's in specific detail in the
That's
agreement.
light maintenance, I don't
Okay.
see why there's an agreement, I've done so much stuff on other roads. That I just go ahead and do it, and I don't say anything to anybody, and.
What
Whatever.
you've done actually
I've
as a
cut-
private citizen.
On a county road before we were here. I would cut that whole 3 mile stretch, the grass, with a weed eater.
And you didn't have a maintenance agreement with the
No,
county?
no, I didn't have nothing, it
Exactly.
took me 10 hours.
People are gonna do it anyhow. I mean, people up there are living there and if a tree's down, they're not gonna say, oh, we'll wait, we'll call Paul.
Okay, so
You can cut the tree out anyway.
Blaine, help me
Let 'em
here.
do it. Let them do that.
Yep, go ahead.
What we're saying is, okay, minimal maintenance, non-existent, blah, blah, blah. Does there have to be agreement there? They're gonna do it anyway.
I just go ahead and do it. I mean,
Okay, they're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna maintain, once a year, we're gonna go up and we're gonna maintenance it, correct? What they're asking is if they can have a snowplow maintenance, or be able to snowplow. Because we're not gonna get up there and regularly maintain it clear up to Granite. Clear up to the Union Hall, which is clear up there.
So that would be, yeah, amending the proposed agreement some, but, you know. The commission has done it, allowed it in other
Yeah.
situations, I think the key things are 1 year agreement to see, make sure
Yes.
it's working, if it doesn't work, don't extend it. And it's professionally trained people that are doing it, it's not
Yes.
just, and then the insurance that names the county as additional insured. And we've talked about that, they need to do some tweaking on the policy, but I think that covers you. It's commission's decision, I don't see a problem as proposed, but you guys, your decision,
I don't
commission's
have a
decision.
problem with that as long as they're all insured. I guess I'm not for having the county go up there all the time plowing, because they ain't going, they can't keep up with what we're doing now.
Exactly.
But I mean, if everybody's covered and everybody knows.
This is why they're asking for the agreement, because the county doesn't know what they're.
We're not asking you to plow snow. We understand you have limited budget, limited manpower. We have equipment, we have skills, we have ability. We know the road probably better even than Paul. And, you
But
know,
what we have to make sure of is, in this agreement, we're stating we're gonna get it done once a year, we're gonna maintain it, so we can't forget it. We've gotta do it, can't wait 2 years, gotta be done every year.
No,
Well, that's what it says here.
yeah, but I think we're in agreement, we're gonna do it once a year anyway. You know, from now on, I mean, it's like any other road. Okay, so we're gonna try to get up there and we're not gonna put a time limit on it. We're gonna do it when it needs it, when Paul
Okay.
says we need to go up there or
Okay.
whatever, then we can go up there once.
So is this
At least
considered
one.
regular maintenance then?
Hmm.
It would be once a year, then it has to be in his regular maintenance book that he maintains regularly, and he has to figure when he's gonna get it done that once a year.
Well, it's up to them to,
Yeah, and we don't know when he don't know when he can get there.
it's like any other road. I mean, it all depends. on-
Okay, I know it, but here's the thing, we've got a map in there. It's an old one, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's mapped out and Linda can attest to the fact of what roads are maintained and what aren't. I mean, it's a map that looks just like that and every road is highlighted that it's regularly maintained.
But that's gotta change.
Well,
Back
that's
in the
what
old
I'm
days,
saying.
That's before all the subdivisions and everything.
I know it, that's what I'm saying, we have one now, it needs to be updated now, and we need to get it where we have it documented what roads are regularly maintained roads.
I don't know why we can't move ahead and let them do their own plowing, and then we do that once a year maintenance when we can get there. I mean, we can't give you.
If needed,
Yeah.
if needed, because look at, we don't know the condition of the road from year to year. It may not need it next year, it may not need it for a couple of years, especially if we are keeping the sediment out of the ditches and keeping the culverts clear. That surface is probably not going to change. But, you know, if it's starting to sediment up and we can't keep up with it, we'll give Paul a call. We're trying to be reasonable.
Do you want me then to go delete parts of that out that are not wanted and just leave the snow plowing? Or do you wanna leave it as is,
Does anything have to be deleted out, do you think?
or just
Can
leave
we
it
just
as?
sign
They
this?
Yeah, but this covers also some maintenance of, you know, cleaning ditches and so forth.
That's what I'm saying, let them do it.
Okay, so you're good with it
Yeah,
as
let
is,
them do
okay,
What
all right.
they're
That's-
trying to do,
yeah.
let them keep up on
And-
it, and then if we can't, then we'll get a whole phone and he. Why not sooner or later, you can't give you a certain day, you know, cause you don't even know when it's gonna be back.
Total empathy on that. I understand, we understand.
What's your, okay, let's,
I just don't like the snow plowing part. I think we're still liable for what they're doing.
And I agree with you, the county is, the insurance then would be the only way.
I'll go along with it for 1 year, see how it goes, but do they have a sander? I mean, if it turns to ice, you talked about how steep it was and a death trap, I mean. You can
Have
be
you
able
been
to,
up the road?
Yeah.
Okay. Recently, since Paul's.
not recently.
I wouldn't say it's a death trap. There's the steepness. I've been on steep roads. People try to get up there anyhow with their snowmobiles on trailers. And essentially, I've had some discussions with Bill Antonelli, and we want to put in a turnaround at the mine yard up there so people can actually tow their snowmobiles up there. Because half the road is melted down. By the way, if you do nothing, half the road is gonna be ice anyhow. It melts at the lower end. That's why the snowmobilers, they're going through about a mile of dirt.
One thing I wanted to put on one last thing, it says annually, per the agreement, but it will renew automatically unless either party provides written notice of termination. And it can do that up to 4 times, so just know that if the county's not liking what's going on up there, then the county has to give him notice to terminate it after you.
I try to cover all these things.
so what's your? You have a motion,
I'll make a motion that we agree to this lease agreement. Between
A road maintenance agreement.
This one.
that's what I think, we're getting them pieces mixed up there, that's why I was kind of handling this.
Road maintenance agreement on Granite Road.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Okay. I make a motion, the road maintenance agreement be accepted for the Granite Road. For 1 year.
Says annually could be renewed up to 4 times unless you give notice of it.
It's an annual agreement with renewal.
Yes.
It's already annual.
I don't like it at all. Second it.
You seconded.
So any public comment on this? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alright,
Thank you.
so
We
we
look
signed
forward-
two originals. That one
It's
says
a
draft on it,
Yeah, it's a draft.
Oh, I don't know, let me see if I have it.
It's-
take that
You have it in a
draft out.
Word.
Yeah,
Let me see if I
Billy
have
may
it.
have it here. And then if you provide the insurance certificate to
Yes,
Billy,
certificate of additional insurance.
yeah,
There you go. I'd like to thank you, and believe me, we will cooperate with county.
Okay, well,
May I make one other comment, please? 31st of this month, I've got a meeting with Park and Recreation in Helena, about the Granite State Park. I'm looking at forming a public benefit corporation, a 501c3, that will start to support, raise funding and support that really historical location up there, because it's gone down that bad. So I'd like to thank all of you.
okay,
do
thanks.
you mind, we can sign it and then you can take them?
Good idea.
Signed by Ryan.
I'll get mine.
Yeah, totally. I was trying to-
Sure, sign it before you guys sign it. Wouldn't the guy that has the insurance sign it before you guys sign it?
No, the county can sign it and then he'll get it to.
Yeah, that guy.
And we are looking at the county map of all the roads. I don't think it indicates which ones are maintained and not.
There is a county map in the clerk recorder's office.
I've already bought it.
Hmm?
I've already bought it. It's $15. I already purchased that map. And
Well, that
we are-
shows maintenance.
does not show maintenance, which
Well,
is,
there is a map in there that shows it.
oh, really?
I know that for a fact,
Okay, I'll check it.
only because I was clerk and
We'll
recorder.
get
Need to get that back.
And then insurance.
Got
Got
it
it.
signed, saying it or not.
Unless they threw it away.
We're gonna move on.
We're
Thanks, Jim.
also doing some data mining beyond that as relates.
We're moving on here.
Just one second, can I make one? Go in and talk with Sarah and say, Sarah. Tell her that, show her the maps that's like that one,
Right.
and one of them has road maintenance on
Okay.
it.
All right,
And
Thank
she's
you.
got them in plastic slip things in the vault.
thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, now we're moving on to Michael Comba to discuss Hilltop Lane at Georgetown Lake. Come on up, Linda, please. We got a bunch of emails, I guess.
Yeah, I emailed you the packet. I have a printed, oh, there we go.
Yeah, I looked at. What was submitted. I don't see anywhere in here that we made any kind of. Concession that this is a county road. I know he's called in, talked to my office a couple of times, and I've always told him this isn't a county road. And there was some question as to whether it had been maintained in the past, and it's like, well, they used to maintain that little piece of Lucky Lane. But I mean, I think all of you've been up there and it narrows really tight once you get to that curve, and there's no way a plow could have even gotten up to where this is up on the top. It's not easy. And once you get up there, it's not even easy to get turned around in the right of way to come back down. So, yeah, I went up and looked at this, and there's nothing that we did or said. I looked through their deed. I don't see anywhere where it says it's a county road. I don't see in their title report where it says it's a county road.
They can go on it as it's not a county road.
It's not a county road.
He's been told that many times, so. I don't know why we keep bringing it up, I mean, besides he is, so. Is he on?
I don't see him on. I thought he was going to come in today.
No.
And I don't know, maybe you just want Blaine to send him a letter saying this is not a county road.
Well, I think we're gonna have to get it to the one that it's not a county road.
Yeah,
That's the simplest way, and we'll stay on till then in case he shows up. We'll be- We discussed this, Blaine, and we think we're gonna have to have you just send him a letter showing that it's not the county road, or tell him.
Yeah, researching this under, the applicable statute is MCA 7-14-2101.
Say that again.
The applicable statute is Montana Code
Can you say
annotated
that statute again?
7-14-2101.
2101, okay.
Subsection 2D, which talks about how there has to be a resolution by the county commission approving it as a commissioners approved by resolution the adoption of the road as a county road. And so I haven't seen that. Linda hasn't seen that. So that's my opinion. It's not a county road unless the county does a formal resolution accepting it as a county road. Maintenance is not, statute says maintenance is not sufficient.
Okay, question. So there's no plans for us to do a resolution to make this a county road.
No.
Therefore, it is not a county road. So I guess do we make a motion that have Blaine write the letter to Michael?
That's what Linda's.
I mean, this is,
Yeah.
do we make, I'm getting kind of.
Don't have that word.
I've been accused of talking,
Go ahead.
so. Is that the case? I make a motion that Blaine write a letter to Michael Combus, Comba. Yeah, definitely not. a county road. On the recommendation from our county planner and that we have not made a resolution that. There's been no resolution declaring that it's not a county road.
Do I have a second?
Therefore, we're not going to.
Also,
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried and passed. Put the letter out. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Linda.
Scott, can I chat with you?
The good neighbor policy.
Oh. Here.
Who are you visiting with over?
I'm afraid to move my paper.
So,
All right, we're gonna move on to the review of we gotta wait a few minutes, because that guy said he was gonna be on. That mic could come on.
you get that without getting that. You wanna stamp that? You see who the. Attorneys.
Interesting.
He must not be coming in, huh?
Must not be.
I've got 5 minutes.
They know the answer anyway. We went round and round with this thing for months. So,
I've talked to him before he bought the property. I mean, I've talked to this guy a lot. So,
That was 9:45, right? So,
I waited, yeah.
so motion's been made and passed. So if he got on, we just been calling that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad we do things right now.
Can you send me his
Making motions and
email
passing
address?
them. I'm being evil today.
Yeah. Wow, that's what this is.
Let's go ahead and move on. Communication and leadership. So, anyway, we'll move into review of Granite County's good neighbor policy. Yeah, but
You're looking at me.
yeah.
Okay, I brought this up. I just want to get us all on the same page on this thing. And to me, like I said, in the minutes from 2 weeks ago, that to me, an emergency is EMS, fire, or whatever, and then there's no question. But if somebody calls up and says they have an emergency, for whatever the reason, they need a propane truck to get in there or whatever. I don't know if that's really an emergency, and I don't think it should be put on us. I think there's a thing between, a separation between emergency and hardship. So if somebody foresees that they have a hardship, like maybe they're the only one that's gonna run a snowplow and they break their leg. Or something like that, you know, they have some reason, and they could get a hold of all of the commission. State the case, and we could say, yeah, for a time period, maybe we could go in there. You know what I'm saying? It would be an emergency to them, but it'd be a hardship too. And I can see us getting in a big bind on people, like I said 2 weeks ago. Let's say they decided they were gonna just go in their road, their private road. And not do a whole lot of maintenance, and then they get a big snow. And they decide, well, they have an emergency that. Whatever. And call us up and put, one of us. Has to make a decision whether that's an emergency or not. See what I'm saying?
The only thing I'd say is the language in here is more limited than even emergency, because you can have an emergency, but if there's a private remedy to it, then they have to go with the private remedy.
Right.
So with undue hardship defined as can't be remedied using reasonable care in the county as a practical remedy. That means that even if they have an emergency, if there's a private means company they can go to, such as the example of the propane. I mean, they can't get in if there's a private entity that could plow the snow, and then the private entity could bring the propane in, then it's on them. It wouldn't be on the county.
Right.
So that's why, I mean, I like that language. I understand the process is getting it approved is, I think, one of the issues you're talking about. Let's see the language on that.
Yeah, I like, yeah. I agree.
You just don't run out of propane overnight, any. You know, you got,
Well, it is an emergency.
oh, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see.
So,
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
You know, if somebody calls me up and says I have an emergency and maybe I know that they didn't even plow the road and. Or did it limited or just screwed it up one way or the other, and then all of a sudden it's an emergency and it puts it on me. It could be down in your area, put it on you or whoever to make that decision, and.
So there's really nothing to change on this, just that we kind of making sure people realize that you gotta take care of yourself first. And if there's other people can do it, and help get them, who's to say we can get there for 2-3 days? So, yeah,
Plus, there's a lot of contractors. And this stuff just doesn't happen overnight, you know.
Maybe we should get a list of the private contractors that'll do this. And then we could have it sitting here and then if somebody calls.
Yeah, for
what's out there,
septic
there's
pumping and other things
yeah,
too.
there's a lot of these places have them on their wall on their,
Yeah.
stuff I've seen out here, snowplow stuff.
Could probably put it on our website maybe.
Mhm.
And have them refer
There.
to the website.
One thing it talks about is if we are exercising good neighbor policy, then it's discussed at the next meeting and it's get in the minutes. But it also talks about how the county commissioner will be talked to.
I think leave it as is, I don't see,
No, I think it's good. I just wanna, get everybody on the same page, talk about it again.
Yeah, and Michael Combar, we've got on,
So it's your choice, if you want to go back to that.
I'll go back, cause we just got on.
All right, I'll
He's
send
like,
him an
what,
unmute
20
request.
minutes late.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Hey, we made a motion that it's not a county road and we're sending you a letter. It was all voted on by the commissioners and it is not a county road.
Okay, so the whole Hilltop Lane is not going to be considered a county
Right.
road. It's going to be considered a private road.
It isn't a county road.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, as long as I can get some documentation that way. Like I said, I mean, I just wanted clarification that if we move forward and form an association, that we have the county backing us saying that, no, this is not our road. So we can organize it and get it ready for a private entity.
Send it along.
Blaine, do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I'll send you the letter. The letter will cite this, Blaine Bradshaw, will cite Montana Code Annotated 7-14-2101 that says that it's not considered a county road until the Board of County Commissioners approves by resolution the adoption of the road. And that's never been done. There's never been a resolution approving that as a county road. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'll send it on there.
Well, I appreciate the clarification on it and thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
We're moving on and done with that one. Alrighty, and on the good neighbor policy, we're fine on that. We're gonna move into dam tenders.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, on the good neighbor policy. So is that good neighbor policy just for like feeder roads, like subdivision roads, or do you guys do driveways? Like privately, like private drives?
Anything,
So,
anything private.
yeah, it goes in beyond that. I mean, there's high school football games, there's the county ambulances are at, and so it goes beyond even roads.
Okay,
You wanna see it?
I mean, I guess there's, you know. Is there like, I'm assuming there's language in there that says if the road is not. If they don't feel like it's a safe road to do, they don't have to do it, right? But like, just for example, that little FTK minor that came through with the road that dives off the hill. I mean, you don't ever want
Yeah.
to do that road.
Yeah, it says the county has a practical remedy or
Oh,
reasonably practical means reasonably practical, so there's gotta be a reasonable remedy on the side of the county.
We don't want to jeopardize our guys from getting into. this.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about here.
or even on like that hilltop, I mean, it's just too narrow to go up. Some of that stuff is just too small up there.
Somebody's negligence doesn't make it an emergency to us.
Exactly.
Somebody's negligence doesn't make it an emergency to us.
Okay, we have a public comment. Go ahead, Elena. It just come up. I was watching. Go ahead.
I don't know, she's unmuted. Elena, we can't hear you though.
Was she on the other one or she's on two of them? Is she?
I think so, but she's unmuted, but we can't hear her.
I'll keep my eye open so she pops back up. We're gonna move into the dam tenders report. Thank you guys.
Yep, I'll see you later.
Okay, it's 6428.80, 8.4 inches below. We're discharging 21. And the report from there, it looks good. The gates are up, just need to take them off and put the chain around, because the guy that put gates up didn't know, have a key and that, but they're up and they look really good. I told him he could keep them old bent up gates, we don't want them laying up there. The only other thing I think was, don't we have to tighten them buoys?
Yeah.
So.
Road crew usually does that, I think.
Huh?
I think Jeremiah had said our road crew did that in the past.
Yeah.
Is that,
Okay, I should have had Paul with, but I guess I can call them and see if they can tighten them, and then we're pretty much full, and we need that little gravel up there, that's what I'm gonna ask. So,
Well,
anyway,
catch them on the phone, I guess. So on the. Water. What we put out, it says. The lesser of 10 or inflow. So shouldn't we need to know what the inflow is? Or do we have to take it down to? 10?
I believe the inflow has been above 10, correct?
I think I think it has been above 10 because I think last week or 2 weeks ago, you were at 64.28 point. Hold on, let me bring that. It wasn't a big difference. And you're letting out 20. Last week you were at 64, or 2 weeks ago, excuse me, 64.28.84. And now you're at 64.28.8 and you've been releasing 20.
So it's gone down.
It's
some.
gone down, but not significantly over a 2-week time span.
So, yeah, so the lesser of would be the 10 CFS,
So we should go down to 10.
or it's temporary modification, but
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll make-
so. Did we do inflow then or do it at 10?
it's gotta be the lesser of,
Lesser
so.
of-
So
we have to-
inflows are
we have
above.
to go to 10.
Yeah, go to 10.
Oh, so it has to be the lesser,
Lesser.
Yeah.
Either inflow
so,
or 10.
So-
10 is-
Yeah,
The inflow is close to 20,
so we have to do 10,
you have to
so
do
we have
10,
to do 10.
we
Yeah.
can't do the closer to 20.
correct. It's a temporary modification if you do. Now, if it's like 6 or inflows and you have to let out 6 technically.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I was just thinking that if we could, like. at least do the inflows out. Then we might not run into trouble in the spring when. You think, or quit laughing at me.
No, here's where it gets complicated. To me,
Okay, it's
Okay.
complicated to be.
we're going into El Nino. And I think that's true. It could be really dry this winter. I mean, we don't know. We'll have a little storm here tomorrow, and next few days, but overall. You know, we could have a real dry one, so I think it's good to go to 10 now and just see where we're at, then we can let out more.
Yeah, to me, if you have too much, the key is earlier in the spring. I think
Okay.
that's the lesson,
Yeah, we can
this lesson
look at
learned from
that.
this year is earlier in the spring, let's start letting out more.
So what, we should have let more out earlier.
According to Todd Blythe's models, it said let out more and it was objected to, but I think you gotta. And it'd potentially be a temporary modification, but I think you got it in the early in the spring. If you think you're gonna go over that much,
Oh, yeah.
let out more.
We got into
Say that
trouble.
now. I mean,
Yeah, you don't know it.
You don't
Yeah.
know if it is a real El Nino winter.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not. So I'll move to go to 10.
Okay, I'll second.
Public comment.
Elena has figured out, I think, her issue. And I think she would still like to comment. I don't know if it's on,
On this stand.
I don't know what motion it's on or if it's from the previous.
Gee, on.
She's this phone number, so she just emailed me. She just emailed me.
So,
I don't know if her
all
comment
right,
would
go
be,
ahead, Elena,
Okay.
on the Georgetown Lake. Outflow. Motion's been. Second.
Okay, sorry about that. Having problems here with the microphone. I hope you can hear me now.
yes.
Thank you. So Elena Gagliano, for the record regarding the policy, good neighbor policy. At the time when that was done, I remember I questioned my road, which is John Long Road. And it is a private road or whatever the hell you want to call it. It's not a county road. And I said, if there's an emergency, like sometimes there is, ambulance at one time couldn't even come down this road. So would that be a situation where the county would send a plow and plow it? And I was told yes at that time.
Sometimes yes, but sometimes you know what the weather's gonna do and that, and you gotta take care of yourselves too, I mean. Otherwise, we're
Now,
gonna get.
excuse me, at that time, and you were there also, it was Commissioner Slaughter and, excuse me, I'm talking if you don't mind, thank you. I was specifically told, and if you do have the recording, maybe you can go and look at it or listen to it, that yes, if there was an emergency on this road, that they would send somebody from the county to clear it so an ambulance can get here. Even the police department couldn't get here. There, at one time there was a snowstorm. And I was told, yes, in that case, we would send, the county would send good neighbor policy, a plow. Got it? Okay, that's my comment. Thank you.
I think generally she's correct, but yeah, if the person's not using, let me look at the exact language of undue hardship.
On the motion, she got way off, and we're on the Georgetown, so. On that motion, so we're at, what was it, at 10?
Go to 10.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
None. Good, fine.
Hey, yeah, you want to say something?
Well, the good neighbor policy language, I can't find my, I just have a policy. So it's, means that an issue cannot be remedied using reasonable care and the county has a practical remedy. So I can see we're a situation where that would, that would potentially fit. But if, yeah, the person has a plow sitting right there and doesn't want to use it, or did other things that could potentially change your, you know, you gotta look at all the facts of the case.
Okay, we're moving on. Wow.
Do you want me to go see if Vicky's ready? Be over in
On this petition to establish county roads. These are already county roads, but we're just gonna clarify that, that legal or whatever.
Yeah, that's the opinion that there are, but they haven't been formally done through the petition process, so there's still a little bit of gray area.
And like Linda recommended that we need to probably survey all our county roads. Going forward. Just to make it,
By doing some at a time, probably doing these,
Yeah.
starting with these.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Trying to get taxes done, so.
Doesn't sound like fun.
No.
Not fun to pay them either.
No. That is true, just waiting. That's what I'm waiting for. Phone calls. So we are starting with March. Got a little behind there. Starting with March. Yes, you guys. Did you say March? March. Holy moly. I know, kinda got away from me. It did. It did. Billy Ann comes in. Do you want it? It's like, oh my gosh, yes.
You're not gonna retire after all, is that what I heard?
No, that's not what I said. Plain, plain.
Thought you're gonna go on forever.
I would have had a choice, I would have left and go and have to see it. Okay. So March, we have bank balance 1,024,385.61. Payroll was a negative 59,783.26. CDs was 529,775.45. STIP protested was 382.53. Memorial 39,244.09. Airport 68,389.42. STIP was 8,559,586. Treasury bills 166,443.39. Petty cash was 725. So on Black Mountain side, we had 10,284,506.05. So a difference of 43,16.
46, 43.
46,43.
Is some of that memorial for the ambulance?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look. Like Phillipsburg would have part of that and Drummond part of
They each have their own.
it. Okay.
Yeah, they each have their own. Hi. It's one of Vicky's very stressful time of the year.
Okay. So we have April. So bank balance was 1,209,991. Payroll was 79,136. CDs was 529,775. Protested tax 38402. Memorial was 39,24409. Airport was 68,389. STIP was 8,279,078. Treasury bills was 166,435. Petty cash was 725. So on the Black Mountain side, we had 10,284,871. So difference of 848,31. We have made. Let's see, 2,000,000, bank balance 2,531,193. CDs 529,775. STIP protested 385,61. Memorial 39,24409. Airport 68,389. STIP was 8,648,147. Treasury bills 165,216. So on Black Mountain side, we had 11,982,502. Difference of minus 149,58. Okay, so we have June, we have. Bank balance of $623.07. Payroll was $152,556. CDs was $529,775. STIP protested $387,22. Memorial $39,252. Airport $68,404. STIP was $10,235,849. Treasury bills were $65,745. So on Black Mountain side, we had 11,665,501. With a difference of $3,077.83. We have July. Did have a.
I know. It just didn't, yeah,
It's been.
just got away from me. What's with this stony stare? The stony stair.
Just looking.
Just looking at me, waiting for a reaction.
I don't know.
She's just thoroughly enjoying her last tax season.
Oh, yeah. Really. Give them a nail, down a little bit. Not piece of pie, that's for sure. Okay, so July, we have.
Bank balance of 1.936.
You didn't get that.
You got them on the app.
Oh gosh, you guys. See how we're paying attention.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kids are on it.
thank you, and I'm not. Thinking about all the things I should be doing.
Okay, bank balance, 1.937073. Payroll 17,556. CDs was 529,775. Stiff protested was 388.93. Memorial 39,252. Airport 68,404. Stiff was 8,977,459. Treasury bills was 665,944. Petty cash was 725. Black Mountain was 11,724,60. Difference of 1,119.63. And the last is August. So we have bank balance of 1,657,016. Payroll was a negative 34,236.95. CDs was 529,775. Memorial was 39,252. Airport was 68,404.89. Stiff was 8,593,083. Money mark was 390.70. That should have been stiff protested, sorry, guys.
Like 390.
Yeah, 390.70 was because there is no more money in the market, I should. Treasury bills at cost was 165,743. Petty cash was 725. So on Black Mountain side was 11,787, so a difference of 631.70.
Thank you.
Well,
Any public comment on this? Okay, long as we have you here, we're gonna go ahead into that closed session. Personal matter. Okay. We'll have to ask you to leave, I'm sorry.
sounds good.
Okay. Okay, we're back on. Lance, go ahead.
Oh, okay. What the discussion is that, our treasurer is retiring in February. And, she came to us, recommending her deputy, to appoint her deputy, which would be something that the treasurer would do, and the commission would then appoint. Her deputy does not want the position, so now it falls to the commission to get it out there that this position is gonna be coming up in February, and that anybody interested would come in with a resume and cover letter. We would appoint, but they have to file, because they have to file this year, which they file in 24 from January through March. That time period, they'd file to finish your term.
Whereas other people could
Where
jump into.
anybody can file in that time frame to
Correct.
finish your term. In the interim of looking for someone, if it perchance happens that you are ready to retire, would the deputy be there to help with this person whom we appointed? Because this would be the only time that person could go into that office is when you retire and they're appointed by the commission.
So. How do they get trained? Is that what you're saying?
They walk in the door, just like Vicky did when she walked in the
I
door.
don't know,
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, and this is where the deputy would come in hopes that you have been training her for this
Right,
position.
Yes.
And she
That's
just,
where I'm.
yeah,
getting at.
yeah.
So
no,
that's what-
it's not in the budget, it's an elected position, and it's something,
No, I know
Yeah.
that, I'm just, but that's why I was trying to
Yeah.
get to where the other one would step up and help.
Yeah.
Cause she's been,
and this is something where you have your treasurer's manual with the duties. That could be something that you could give this person, should we appoint, whenever we appoint, and they could look over that book, and if they felt that they could want to come in and look and just sit there and look, they're more than welcome, but it isn't something that we can hire
That they're
them to
gonna
train
get
them
paid
before
for.
you leave.
Okay.
Is there a scenario where you would need Vicky as a consultant on some time? I mean, if you got questions that they're not. Or,
I have already stated, that I would be here and I would be more than happy to come in as long as it's into
And
my retirement schedule, but I wouldn't feel that I would need to be paid for this.
Right.
That's,
Well,
No,
here's
thank
what I know with me when I was appointed, and Joe was there for me whenever, and she didn't request to be paid for it. She did come in and do some kind of indexing, which I paid for it, but I think if there's any questions, then then she would call Mako, or she'd call the association or yeah, so if you felt that you needed to be paid, then I don't think.
so question then from the end of, or actually from the 1st of March until like the primary election, which would be in June. Is that person then just appointed for that period? And then they're running against
That person-
whoever else?
The person that we appoint is
Yes.
filed and is on the ballot, the primary ballot,
but there's still,
and they're still,
there is still the interim through, we'll have to research that,
Yeah.
likely if it's the end of the year or the general election.
Yeah.
It's likely the end of the year,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah,
Oh,
so it's not just to the primary, because you're gonna have potentially a contested election. To be
Right,
resolved in November,
okay.
so we gotta
okay,
figure out how long the interim portion lasts, if it's through the general election or through the end of the year.
Okay, okay.
so like with you remember walking in the door and,
What was your other question?
Well, I think they already got answered because I didn't know if you were just gonna, put it out there, and ask for applicants. Is that
what,
what you would do from like starting now or?
so this would be, yes, it has to be put out there, and it just has to decide how you're going to do it. I was thinking in-house. To see if there's anybody
I
interested.
thought we said we want to put it out for everyone,
What I was saying, need to finish my sentence.
but no,
But then it would be better to put it out there. It needs to go out in the paper that you're retiring and that the position will be opened and that will be open by appointment.
From
And
the
but
commissioners.
from the commissioners would appoint, but they have to file to finish your term. Is that answering your question? Go ahead. I mean, this,
You're kidding me. Yeah.
are you looking something up?
Just when the appointment would be good through.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions. So, not right up. Right up.
So when would we wanna open this and put it out there immediately? But then it would be the appointment would be on her retirement.
Yeah, I think more time you have, the better, and
Yeah. 'Cause-
February would be here.
So are you doing the
Soon.
whole month of February or?
Yeah, I'm, my last day will be my birthday, even though, and I never asked Sarah about that, even though, it's a leap year this next year, so there's 29 days.
Oh,
Oh, the weekend.
You're the leap year, baby.
Are you?
No, I'm retiring on the 28th, so
Oh,
there's a
okay.
leap year.
But you gotta retire at the 29.
Yeah, so as long as that's fine, then that's what I would like to be that my last day, so the 28th.
And this is something Teresa visit with her, she's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
I kind of gave her till the 1st of November to decide what she wanted to do, so just.
Oh, should we wait then to put out the,
No, we talked about it, she knew I was coming in here to talk to you guys, so.
I think that notice should say that. Give the person notice that they'd have to run, if they want to continue on
Yeah.
past 2024, that.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to run in
they would have to
primary
run.
and the general election, 24.
Yeah.
To finish off the term.
And do you feel that Teresa is comfortable with her role right now as deputy? Where
Yeah.
She's.
Yeah, and I'm just a phone call away, especially if she's. Gonna try to teach somebody, so that's, a whole different.
And then
ballgame there.
giving them the your treasurer's manual.
There's not a whole lot in
Oh,
there.
there's a lot, I'm sure, in there, Vicky.
But I
It
have
says all
actually
the
been,
duties of a treasurer.
yeah, but it's still not the same as like being there.
I know
every
it's not the
day.
same,
Yeah.
but
And,
it would have helped you out had you had that manual, I'm sure, walking in the door.
Yeah,
And superintendent, of
Yeah.
county superintendent of schools and administrator.
it's true.
So it does, the statute 7-4-2206 talks about the county commission appoints. The appointee holds office if elective until the person elected the next general election is certified pursuant to 13-15-406. So it's through the certification.
Yeah.
And that would,
And that would be running and winning.
but certified under, when the county commission certifies the election.
Yeah,
So that would be under the, so it wouldn't be exactly to the exact date of the general election, it'd be to the certification.
so, okay, I guess you couldn't really, if it was unopposed in the primary. You couldn't really do that for the primary because someone might be a write-in
Yeah,
candidate.
it wouldn't be certified, it's gotta be certified of the general, the way I'm interpreting that, so, yeah.
So that's actually after the election date, right? Is
Yeah,
when
it's
you do
usually within a couple weeks, right? So, but I think that's what the notice should say is the certification of
Yeah.
the election. In 2024. Certification of the general election.
And then you're just gonna ask for like applications and
No,
what did you say?
they would, It's an elected position, so.
But I mean, somebody that you're gonna appoint, no,
You
somebody
would
that you
want
appoint.
resumes and maybe a cover letter. I mean, they wouldn't put an application because
That'd be
it's
good.
not. It's not
It-
employment, it's an elected official that's appointed as the treasurer.
But you guys appoint them until. Or am I missing?
Yeah.
I guess. I'm
Interim
missing-
appointment until
They'd be-
certification of the general
Yeah.
election.
They'd, yeah, be appointed, and if they didn't file and run and somebody else did,
Right,
Yeah,
but you know, if you're, I mean, if they're gonna take the time to come in,
yeah, they're wanting it long, they're not just to help
Yes,
interim, they're wanting
right,
to.
just,
have-
yeah, to actually file for the.
well, this is something they need to understand, they have to file if they want to keep.
Yeah,
Unless then it would be interim. If they didn't want the
Right.
position, if they were
Yeah.
willing,
they don't file, it just ends,
yeah,
it ends there in twenty
and
twenty-four.
anybody that filed and won
Okay.
that, help.
Yeah. I guess.
So, let's see, this was, I put this on the agenda again then for putting out the notices.
You're giving me that evil eye.
I'm just saying it, that's it all, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, when you say, can we hire someone and train them while they can still here? And it's
That's what
actually
I
not,
was
and
meaning, I just was meaning something else.
you're what?
Meaning something else,
Oh, okay,
hire somebody
sorry.
to train them. I just was what I was gonna ask if Teresa could be helping,
Oh, Teresa,
and that's, well, that's what I'm saying, is she. You don't have to be qualified or something, I guess I'm just.
well, in your opinion, Teresa is qualified. If she wanted it, she would be able
Yes.
to
That's what I was
take
trying
the
to.
position and be fine with just asking you a couple questions here and there, because
She could train
training
someone.
her for this.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
train some.
Not hire somebody else.
So, yeah, she would be fine to help the appointed person.
So we'll put it on for the agenda next week and move on to getting it out. That's good.
Thanks,
So we would do it kind of in-house and all the way out, or would we just,
it's up to the commission.
so it'd be something that where you could probably email everyone in-house and then get it in
And
the
the
paper?
paper, if we're out of the house too.
Yeah,
So did you guys wanna do like in-house for, oh, I don't know, a week or two, or, and then post it out, or just do it all at once,
I
or?
just do it all. at
All
once.
right.
That's my opinion, just do it all.
So, and the one thing, I guess, gonna be on the agenda next week, we can discuss it. Because you're gonna have, you wanna have certain criteria on there too, so that they understand just
what the,
what. it
What the-
entails.
what the experience you're looking at and knowledge, yeah. All right,
Although I had
Yeah, I guess you
nothing.
don't need any criteria to
Well,
run, do you?
you got experience.
What
Yeah,
did you say, Vicky?
you're.
I
yeah,
had
you're-
event counting
Yeah.
experience,
Yeah,
that was
that's-
probably in dealing with the
Well,
public, that's.
Well,
yeah.
see, this
You know.
is anybody can file, and they
Yeah.
walk in that door and they don't
Yeah.
realize what
What-
the duties are.
And it could be,
Yeah,
you could say
yeah.
preferred on it, and that's
Yeah.
the way to do it, because
That's how it's-
you may have someone that's an equivalent to that. So
Mm.
preferred is good.
Yeah, if we get enough resumes in here where that are interested and one is really very well qualified, then,
Okay, can I butt in?
yeah,
Can a
who's
person?
boss?
I'm not the boss. Can a person step down being that, just like me, I don't know what the hell goes on in there, what you have to have for, so would we have? Like, when we go to hire, I mean.
What do you mean step down?
You could have Vicky on that committee.
Cause I'm not sure.
Well,
what
I
they're
would
supposed
be
to ask
interested
them,
in
know.
just to
I'm
sit
not-
in.
I don't want, but I
Just,
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know what I guess I'm
No,
trying to say.
All you're doing is you're looking at their resumes, you're looking at their qualifications.
But I don't.
If they
feel-
want the position and they're gonna file for it, then we've appointed them.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, Blanche, is that I don't know what the qualifications could mean. I mean, I've never been around accounting and none of that, and I don't wanna be judging somebody or saying, I don't, but here I am being, I don't know what that means.
did you hear Vicky say she's willing to
So
sit with
I
you?
would- yeah, and I would be more than interested
Yeah.
to sit.
That's what I was worried
Yeah.
about. You can't hire when you don't know.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. That's all I was worried about. I don't wanna be saying, well, I don't think so, and then, you know.
And then end up in trouble, right?
And it would get to a point if there was only one person that.
Right, Chuck?
Generally, look at the resumes and the interviews.
Yeah.
They'll usually,
Well,
one that
Yeah.
stands out, but there may, I mean, it could be that there's two that are pretty
Yeah.
equal.
Just trying to be fair.
Yeah.
so and this is something where the commission would decide and this would something would have to be on the agenda, right?
So they would
Yeah.
present themselves an open meeting then, wouldn't
The
they?
interview would be.
The
an
interview
open
would be on the
meeting,
agenda.
Fun and new, isn't it?
yeah. Was that when the commission appointed county attorney was on the agenda and open meeting?
Would you have
Anyway,
questions from the public?
Is there any public comment on this?
No.
I thought I seen a hand flash.
Yeah. It's,
I guess we're done, no public comment on it.
All right.
Thanks, Vicky.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vicky, for all that you've done the past, how many ever years? How many years is it gonna be?
It'll be 25.
25, yeah.
So,
Yes,
I guess
thank
we're
you.
in the monthly claims.
Yeah, let me go grab Sarah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure on how, you know, the better. I know what to do, but I just didn't want to be every-
Your question is what makes for a good treasurer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
but,
I mean, we've been spoiled and had a good one, so.
Yeah.
If you look at it in the respect that the treasurer's office is Granite County's bank,
Mhm.
so it handles banking situations.
yeah, definitely, I think someone with accounting background is key,
Yeah.
but then the dealing with the public's important too. It's
Yeah.
not just.
Yeah.
Not just.
And then like on the assessor side of it, there's, thank you, Department of Revenue stuff that someone has an understanding of.
Yeah.
How taxes are billed and go out.
Well, that's the thing, you know, that's gonna be.
Teresa's,
Trying to figure out.
Yeah. Teresa's gonna have to
Yeah.
help the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think what the same situation happened when Vicky won. She didn't get any help either. I mean, it was
Yeah.
in the door and
So. Call Mako,
Yeah.
talking to other treasurers are
Yeah.
good resources. Yeah.
but that's why I think the treasurer's manual is very highly important.
Yeah.
It's super highly important because it gives the duties, even the statute gives the duties of a treasurer.
And probably have to sit down with Don Davies too, would be a good idea,
Yep.
because he'll have the
Yep,
ideas on the.
Yep.
He's looking into.
yeah. On a roll for being a bad guy today.
Now you're being a bad guy.
Oh.
No. And you know, it's like that way we went back and let her get back on after we've gone through everything. I thought that was really nice of us. And then we were on the dancing, we let her go back to that good neighbor. I want it being noted that it was her mic that didn't work this time. So, and I mean, we took the patience and went back and let her do it.
What are you grinning about?
Just get frustrated.
Ah, take the voice.
Yeah, no, I do on mine. You know, we don't need two of them, just that one. It's the only thing I ever looked to make.
That's only my bad.
Yeah.
I have a paper thing over there that sometimes I then cut them up and I make them into notepads.
Do you
Kind of full
Put
right
in
now.
this garbage or something?
No, I don't. But any of these
I
that
just
are
figured.
unused, I put them over here and then
I just fit it. Thank you.
And then I sort through them and any that, I just cut them up, and make paper path.
I will remember that.
Yeah, either way. We go through a lot of paper in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, I was gonna ask you during that dam tender, sorry about that. Did you happen to get that gravel up there, so we can get this stuff to green? I got riprap, that little bit of riprap, not gravel, riprap, and then. Is there any way you guys can tighten the buoys? Just a little bit. They said that they thought you did last time, but I thought somebody went out and both did it. Yeah, they did both. That's what I thought, fishing game, maybe we can find somebody that can do it, or mention if you happen to hear or see somebody, maybe let it call me and see if we can get them. Just snug them up a little bit. I don't either, I guess we can mention around, see, I'll get a hold of Jared, maybe he's somebody. So, but on that, yeah, I mean, if you can just, so we can get this stuff done before winter and goes green.
Green.
Yeah, and just spread it right there where that water's come down, washing it out by the green grass there. As soon as you come across there, turn into the church place, you'll see where they were worried that it's gonna wash that out. Yeah, this piece it, I put 3 inches or so, huh? Yeah, is that all right if he goes and has one of the guys go get the lower that 3 inch? I'll bring it to him.
I don't know if they.
But yeah, we're just trying to get this winter, before the winter, gets to get this other stuff done, the gates are up and. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, just something, just so the water kind of filters through there, doesn't wash all that. A lot of that's just that sand that gets shoved over and it's washing down there, but he was worried about it. Okay, thanks. He'll get it done, he'll have to go over, try to get a little bit from like Doug over here or somebody that the county will go get a little bit. But we'll get it done, we just need to get, that's about it then.
I think that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, Fish and Game tight, I had a boat up there last time, and they tightened up, so I'll ask Jared if he might boat somebody, or if somebody has a boat. I don't know why you need a boat, they come to the edge.
I know, I think you just go to the end and pull it.
So where would the gravel go?
Right where that cream wanted it,
Where we
right where
parked.
you turn to go in there and go to the church. Remember, he was worried about that washing out there, and he wanted definitely like 3-inch rock or 4-inch rock right there, just kind of.
So you would have between Benson and this one out here, this,
Well, wherever you can find, I just don't find someone and call
What
it
about
out.
McLean? What about McLean?
Huh?
What about McLean right
I
there?
don't know what he has in there anymore.
Oh, yeah.
He said he had to call around and try to find it and then let us know. You know, that'd be too far to
Yeah.
haul that. We gotta find it up on this end.
where's,
Tommy Miles or
Oh, yeah.
Doug or somebody's gotta have some here that even can be a little bigger. All it's gonna do is filter
That's pretty big stuff.
3 to 4 inch. That's what he was kind of saying though, I thought.
what
I don't remember particularly.
Because if we
Yeah,
get
I don't
smaller
know.
stuff, it's
You
just
wanna
gonna.
dump that bigger stuff.
Well, he was worried, he wanted kind of like riprap to go through, what he was talking. You know, not very big stuff, but enough that the water still goes down, but it'll stop a lot of that sand. Most of that stuff washing down just from us shelving over. It isn't like it's 3 inches, you know. I don't know what else you put in, otherwise it's just gonna go down too.
Well, 2 inch.
And I can tell him 2 or 3, whatever he can find.
So he did
I don't
say-
think I signed the dam,
For what?
the initial dam. stuff. The-
I don't think I believe what he said. Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, did you put the damn stuff in there?
That's right there. Stop it. What I missed, I might have.
Yeah.
I put it in there.
Did you hand it to me or you didn't do it?
No, I put it in. Looks like you signed it.
Try to remember.
That's some EMT training, cool, that's cool.
Find it?
Yeah, you did sign it.
Huh?
You did sign it.
I didn't.
No, I get it.
They have to leave a hurry, put it up there. and I got it.
See, it was his fault.
When do I not know, Tim?
And out.
Jared on the second page says 21,000. Now we're at 10 down.
Now what?
Now we're at 10, but
That's decided though, right?
yeah.
Oh, I got a text call telling.
Oh, yeah, good thing.
Scribble that.
Need to tell Paul down.
Huh?
Gotta call Paul down.
Oh. So it's at what, still at 20?
Yeah,
It's at
today.
21. That's
20?
what Jared said, so they'll go to 10. Just got to tell Paul. Again.
Anybody heard how the ambulance is doing?
They were at the football game Friday night in Drummond and their kid had a. Fractured his femur and they were there to help. Scott was there, Sarah was there, and there was somebody else and they. Took him in the ambulance down Bear Mountain, got him in Lifeline.
Nice.
Awesome.
This ambulance up here?
Oh, Drummond,
Oh, Drummond.
because the game was in Drummond, but I heard this is doing good. I have heard.
I saw them somewhere. I saw them getting gas. I saw them gassing it up and stuff and.
I think a person might talk to that Long John, whatever his name
Yeah.
is, cause now the fires are over. I know
Yeah.
they're doing some burning, but we might get just a little update from him if you want.
See if
Yeah.
you need anything else.
Yeah,
Well, I
there's-
see EMT courses going on, so that's good.
yeah, from Jonathan, like,
There's a lady too that's gonna come talk to you about EMS stuff who said she's been talking to other EMS people in our community. When
Who?
is she coming? I can't remember her name. I think her name is Susan. I think she's coming next week. Let me look.
What you wanna talk about?
EMS stuff. She said she's been talking to other EMS people in our community and wanted to loop you guys into what they've been talking about. But she didn't tell me more than that. let me see when I have her here. Is it? It's not already.
They wanna make sure and try to get it up this way and it can be it down to 2 weeks.
November 7th she'll be here.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
She's with
Yeah,
SIM
they just
Montana.
make sure we get it up this way.
What was their name?
Suzanne Hill
Yeah,
with SIM
okay,
Montana.
I just got,
SIM.
okay, well, pass that.
Not very many claims this one.
This is your second bout of them though.
Yeah.
He's pretty sure he can get it.
Oh, duh, I was wondering. I'm going,
He said he can pretty sure get it from Nazareth, so it'll be up here.
The 2-inch stuff.
Yeah.
has Paul mentioned anything to you about ordering jackets for the crew?
No, but I did tell him, I feel like I told him when I was talking to him on the phone. Or maybe an email, I don't remember. But I feel like I told him, but I will follow up that, when I get cause I need to get those policies back from all departments. That if there's anything that needs to be ordered to please let either me know or Jackie know. If they let me know, I'm just gonna let Jackie know. I let Janine know the same thing, that if she is in need of any safety equipment going into winter to please let.
And yeah, and you need to make sure that for their. House for 2.
Oh, yeah.
So here,
Let me
take
follow
somebody
up.
has to fill in there's next or something down there.
Same with what, solid waste?
Yeah,
Yeah,
So is this something that we can take out of that LCTAFC or whatever that is?
I'm
yeah,
pretty
public
sure you
safety
can.
money.
Safety thing?
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
you
sure
guys
you can.
earmarked it for public safety stuff, and you can use that money for anything. Except lobbying.
Yeah.
Just gotta keep moving on this, otherwise there's no sense of.
Yeah.
Keep bringing it up.
Yeah.
We're not gonna
Yeah.
go through doing that, like I said, when we go out on the field trips and stuff, we need to learn to.
I think I've gotten signed,
Where we were
Or
just, all we
yeah.
need is like throw a vest on.
yeah,
Yeah, so
But
I
you
mean,
have to have a hard hat too.
I think if we were gonna go down and
like
like,
where I went down inside the thing, I should have
Yeah.
hard hat down.
or maybe like at the pump house.
Yeah, cause there's so much low stuff and
Mhm.
voice and that, yeah, if you're gonna go into certain spots, you better have a hard hat, but. The rest of it, no, I think it's, yeah, we need to, if we're fortunate, we should follow.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I got an email yesterday that was like, you're signed up for updates on your vehicle repair, and so I feel like that means they're getting started on it.
I just got mine back yesterday, but.
Did you?
Yeah, took them over a month.
Oh, nice, I
Just
haven't
trying to
been
find
updated yet.
parts, they just can't find parts or
Yeah.
order more.
For your truck?
Yeah, just got it back there.
That's a new truck, too.
2019.
What?
No, he said, new truck. I said,
You got
yeah.
a new truck?
No, it's got it fixed.
Oh,
Somebody hit me out.
oh, right.
That strike, screw them up or something for parts. Good.
Well, it's,
Yeah.
yeah, that, and then they're just having such a hard time trying, cause a lot of these factories are, they act like they're just working and stuff and don't wanna move or something, I don't know what, it's weird. It's on all parts, I got some parts from the dozer and they're still. They're out every week, they figure. They're in Florida. Did you send, let me ask you guys if they want to send it, get it all done to Becky?
Oh, would you guys like me to send a card? I can send a card.
Well, I thought everybody said one already.
I haven't seen one come around. But I can get on that. What do I have? In my little stack over here, I might have one. Oh, but thinking of you. I have a.
I, talking about the Northwestern Energy, I was talking to Billy this morning. I told her we better get a hold of Northwestern Energy, get that power turned back on in the house and all, because nobody's ready. It's gonna get cold, it'll freeze and break.
Oh,
the
yeah.
pipes again.
I didn't know it was turned off.
Well, cause it was
It's
in
just
that,
not our name.
it has to be in somebody else, they're in the renter's name,
Oh,
so. She's.
I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna cruise down there, I think, at some point, and then next week or so, and just. No one's
But
been
I
in there
called them
since
right away. If
August.
it's getting down to
Yeah.
11 degrees now, we better get.
Yeah, I'll
get
call
it
them
on
today.
right
get
away.
that set up.
Well, it's just the restrictions now we have. We've had a couple, but. I mean, if we go to change restriction and then people that we go north and might say, well, what the hell? So we have to stay with what we said.
someone
It
was
looks
saying
like new
that there's
house. Have you
something in
looked at
there.
it? Have you been by there?
I drove by.
Holy cow, it's
Nice.
nice. I think
It's really
it's
nice.
really nice. They did a good job. And then they cut down a
What's the
whole
start?
bunch of bushes and that they had to do. And I think it looks really nice.
I was gonna call the schools to see if they have any teachers looking for a place. I'll check in a couple businesses.
Yeah, see, Fever Gamblin here got $3,350 of supplies. That's a bet, we've never seen that in many couple years, so.
They've got a medical director too now. I just need to get all the paperwork signed, but Hunter Crow said he would be their medical director. They need one for the
Yeah,
service stuff.
person pass on something to them, just say, we're just curious in case
Yeah.
they need something.
I'll
or
touch base,
wanna make sure it keeps working.
Robert. Check.
But
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. Other than that, you're right.
what was Slate doing?
What's Slate doing? They are. We got their bill, right? Is that what we have?
92.
I think that's their, what was that one for? What does it say on there?
Design and engineering. but
Design and engineering. fund.
ARPA says,
Yep, that we're paying that out of ARPA.
what was they doing? I can't, just.
Elevator,
Oh.
Cromwell, Scott
I was gonna
Cromwell.
say,
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, you're
sorry.
fine. I
Yeah.
like, I don't know where.
I
it
just,
was, so-
I don't look at the thing by Crum.
No, you're fine. I was thinking in my head, I was like, where are they? in that?
I like the carpet.
It's pretty. I feel like it's where it meets downstairs. Now I feel like we need to do it downstairs. But the carpet downstairs is in really good shape. It's the hard part. It just doesn't match. Mhm.
Entertain a motion on the claim.
I'd make a motion that we accept the second batch of claims for the month of September 2022.
Second.
Public comment. Being none, all in favor.
Aye.
Alright,
How are you?
so what, monitor,
She had surgery. A procedure.
You want to sign? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This software application mode, what is it?
So. Nat Pierce is gonna actually get on and walk you through a bunch of math.
Today?
Yeah. So you guys have that, but then.
That other thing.
The other packet,
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
yeah. Yeah, and it's just in draft form. Right now, but Matt put that together.
That song is one of the. Yeah. Gonna do it. Well, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna get it first. What's that? Oh, no, I'm not gonna saw that. Well, I gotta, what I gotta do. You gotta take the stringers. That one end, that's all, the off bearing ends all around the house. I gotta just get some round stringers and flatten the bottom just so it's set up. And I say when I tore that part of that one part of the grill out where the crown was. I saved all that lumber. Oh, yeah. I mean, we got deck over, it's just better didn't like bring it in, so it's like. They wouldn't buy more in the 2 or 3 most logs, pretty darn straight. Well, maybe. Be able to get, you might be able to skate by enough to get it sawn and then. Because we get it sawn and we'll have to once it's gone. I think I can skate by. I did there 20 years.
Hmm.
Yeah. And he jumped, I mean, it was like, jumped when it started. Imagine that.
So someone's just trying to get in. Oh, in the waiting room. So I just hit admit. And so when they come on then too, we'll put them in the mix. Oh, if they just have an initial or something. You don't really know what they are. It's one of the defaults of Zoom. Right. And then. You can brush that sign-in sheet when you do the minutes. And add people that have signed in.
Yeah. Kinsey's court. Kinsey court.
Talking to him earlier.
Gord, do you guys remember, when Matt Farrell came in about the Northwestern Energy Pole, it's back over here, by. Remember where Dal has lives?
What to say?
But you'll just grab that and go in. Just-
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
He's out there working on the sidewalk.
Yeah. That's good. Where it snows. Supposed to snow tonight?
Don't we have to pour cement around that?
That'll be rough. I don't remember. I don't remember
That's a
how
good-
the ins and outs of that project. Do you? The ins and outs of the drain project, they have to pour cement.
Said they didn't want it. I didn't understand.
Okay.
It's looking good now.
Yeah.
Did
Moving.
Jeremy get the wiring done in the zone?
I am not aware that he has, but that, we can ask Janine when she comes up for the round table.
Oh, okay. Can I get some of this stuff wrapped up?
They went through and renamed everything, and I don't even know what the hell we're talking. Well, I know what they're talking about with this. But as for the ways, one of the old board and house, was it just go. Run it to rock and then. Every wheel is cracked and. Really, really, really. Yeah. And then, but always, yeah, from here, I mean, yeah. Right. No, this is the goal. I know, but. There's this proposal. Well, that's what we do. So they have this here makes up for. Yeah, I think that's. This is, but there's nothing here but a steep hill. Yeah, yeah, you can see it from our house. Yeah. And there's side by side and four wheelers and bikes.
I just,
Trail like that, but there's no-
some codes where you can see exactly what the duties of the trade. I think that should probably go on to. Any kind of.
Pretty sure.
Notice it's saying that, look at these. Codes and they can see what the treasurer duties about.
I done this full superintendent map, that's, oh, not too, right, so that should probably be on there. too.
Yeah.
Like the bus thing, is that, cause Vicky always set up the bus. Schedule and stuff. I mean,
And this
that's
is-
what I'm trying to do.
This is stuff that,
See, oh,
I get a hold of her and say, okay,
And I'm on that one.
the end of there. Between there and. And the dam and roll away. We got build sites, right? But we there. Yeah. So it were the 2 hours. Yeah, then the water line went down.
Who's that guy?
You can still see, if you catch it right, you can still see the little line. Yeah. That goes underneath the road there.
Did you motion on the plan?
Yeah.
You did?
She made it, your second on the line.
Like,
Yeah. That's gone. Yeah.
Well, we're about a minute early, but we'll go ahead, we're waiting on Blaine, guys.
Okay.
Comes down.
We're waiting on that. Oh.
All right, well.
As usual.
so we are at what, 11:30?
for the final decision regarding Bouquet versus Granite County. We're waiting on a couple people, Jim, and the lawyer.
Morning, Blaine.
Morning, how's it going? How are you? Good. Hey, you guys wanna chat with you out here for sure?
Did they kill any elephants by you, Chuck?
Okay. No, I saw. How about down there?
You, nothing.
Someone else's.
I don't know if they heard me. We're waiting on the county attorney. I don't.
Yeah, it's not.
Who's Stacy
I
McKee?
just wanted to do everything and you guys, that it's gonna protect future generations. Exactly. In fact, you can see it from our house. You guys think food out on one and power on my cool. And we put. The potential we had is that power plant was actually a lot worse than ours. So that one is still in food tower.
Did your kid get his tonsils out?
No, he gets mad on the 9th, but I found out that, or well, when I took him to the doctor, they said that they think he has asthma. That's complicated by the fact that he has a cold and needs his tonsils out, which is why he couldn't breathe. But the inhaler is helping. I sent him to school this week.
Jakey, my middle boy used to have asthma.
Really?
I use that.
Inhaler?
Terrible.
Yeah, he's gotta use it in the morning and at night. Yeah.
We're waiting on the lanes.
Does the smoke make it worse?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. You see a lot of guys on the fires using inhalers. You do.
They continual items.
Whatever we call it.
They burned 140 acres over the Gold Creek last Friday. They.
Yeah, that's that boarding house flag for the dust. Yeah, okay.
All right, well, we're into that.
Yes.
Come on up there, Dave. Yeah, right, I'll call you up, me. Get up there.
Only what you want.
All right, we're, county, go ahead, Blaine, and lead us off if you want.
Okay, so the Buckeye versus Granite County was settled. We went to trial. We thought it was going successfully, but meeting with the judge there halfway through, he said that that we had some issues there. So I'd encourage you guys to do a final motion on that to agree that they can obtain judgment. But then our second part of our meeting here will be on how we're gonna remedy the situation with some petitioning, some roads that we believe are already county roads, but that we want to go through the petition process to make sure 100% they are. So is that good with the commission?
So how would we state that motion? That we accept the decision? And-
Yeah, would accept the motions, the motions made that were made on, what day was that? 17th in court where judgment is entered for back day.
Okay, I make that motion.
Nice second.
Did he second it, or should I be in the better?
He can second it, yeah.
Any public comment on that?
Don't know what that means. Someone
I
else.
don't know if he's waving
Oh.
his hand or poking at something, or what are you doing? Okay,
Oh,
Are you guys trying to make public comment?
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
here, let me send you a thing.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make it clear, you said that the motion for what the court said, could you make it in your record what actually was said, not just what, how you stated it? Could you please clarify it?
Well, I said that the judgment would be entered in favor of Bacchus, so that'll be in the written minutes. Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir, that the road is private?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other public comment?
One of the things I was gonna say is, in this side note, the petitions that we're doing would not include Tungsten Lane.
Right.
It's
Right.
expressly excluded.
Okay, so all in favor?
I,
Aye, motion carried pass. Now we'll move on to the other.
So, the thought was including potentially Browns Gulch Road with the alternative access, Tower Road, Cliff Road, which is the one that goes past Point Camper, so that we figured out that's Cliff Gulch, so it'd be Cliff Gulch Road. And then and Algonquin. We also thought of boarding house flats road potentially, but there's gonna be some public comment here that they don't think that should be included, the boarding house flats road.
Okay. Want their comments now?
It's up to you, but yeah, I think that's.
Well,
State your name, Wild Target.
uh,
Gosh, sorry.
Dave here.
You struggle with that.
I know, I've never called him by name my whole life.
For the record.
Yeah, for the record, his name is Dave Harris, my wow mean, sorry.
Whatever. So, I know where this is up to about here, then this just branches out into all kinds of old roads and this is the Jubilee Tunnel dump right here. And this is where the old water tank is right there. I've never known any established road coming out at that point where they got it. And,
You want,
Do you ever recall that connecting up there, Dave?
where it connects to the.
this one right
Store
here,
Lake Road.
Yeah, do you ever recall?
No,
Okay,
no,
so,
not at that point, no.
but they connected other points?
Through several old roads back there, there's a bunch of them.
Okay, but it's a road that the residents are really not wanting the county to even include, correct?
Yeah,
Just from the standpoint that doing these other roads should protect the access for future generations. Is that what you're thinking?
yeah,
okay,
but I really don't see a reason at this time to include the Borden House Flat Road.
Well, and if there's no roadway there right now, it's gonna be hard to justify the.
that's good.
well, here's the market.
And that was Bill Antonelli's,
And if you in all the names.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
We'll tell them.
This is just.
not in
Yeah.
that one.
This one here coming into here, coming into Stewart Lake over the tank there.
We just want to be sure that everything.
Cause they said you don't remember every
road that there's through access.
Clear that part right there.
the whole thing or just that part where it connects?
well, I don't really see any reason to include any of that.
All this here, okay.
And Bill Atnoli was of the same opinion, and that's right up there where it's close to his property, right? There's just no.
Yeah.
Do another color code of what exactly, is it the one in blue?
That we're talking about?
Yeah.
It's just yellow.
Orange is yellow one.
The boarding house.
Yellow one is one you don't think should be county road, right?
Correct.
The
Okay,
ones we're thinking of are Tower, Browns Gulch Road, Algonquin, Cliff Gulch Road, the four.
okay, and so that's on, is this
And
where people can look at it? Is this
So that packet, yes, it's on the web
Okay.
And then Matt Pierce is gonna do a presentation.
presentation, yes, and he's on now.
He's on like a, we could probably just have him on right now when we're talking about it, and then
Yeah,
that way, you know, he can explain some of that stuff on the roads. I think it'd be better to have him on right now, so. uh, Is he ready?
I think so. Are you ready, Matt?
Me? Wait, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, let me share screen here.
You state your name, Matt, for the record. Could you stand this up a little bit?
You bet. Matt Pierce with the Mapping and Planning Specialist.
Matt, this is Blaine. Did you hear what what the public said about Boarding House Flats?
I did not. I'm not used to using Zoom stuff, and you know, I can see like participant videos, but I'm not seeing any video of like you, Blaine. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm off camera, but we have Dave Harris here and Jim Wall-Billing, and Bill Atnola gave public comment that the public's not really wanting to include Boarding House Flats in this petition.
Okay.
That's that yellow, into Stuart Lake
Yeah.
there, you know, you probably know.
Was that? a
Yeah, he
question?
created that map.
He's got it up on the
Yeah.
screen.
Yep. So Blaine asked me to put together some petition roads, and so the petition roads that I had were the Algonquin Mine Road, Boarding House Flats, Browns Gulch, Cliff Gulch, Stuart Lake Road, and Tower Road, and then I color coded them so that they would show up visually on the diagrams that I had forwarded. So I guess we could just start with Browns Gulch Road. You know, I'm able to, with the GIS, do things like selection sets. So I can select by attributes, and I can say, you know, to the map, find me a particular road or a particular structure. So what I did was I went into the, you know, layer that I had created and said, you know, give me a full name equal to, and then, you know, I can choose any one of them. Let's just pick on Browns Gulch Road. Okay, it didn't like that for some reason. So let's go to street name. Street name equal to, and then Browns Gulch Road. So, and this is neither here nor there, but Browns Gulch with an apostrophe S versus Browns Gulch with just Browns, no punctuation. Sometimes when you're running queries, the computer doesn't like the punctuation, and that's what is happening when I try to run that selection set. It's choking on the apostrophe, which sounds weird, but
I've seen it
It
both
is what-
ways, but in the Stuart Lake petition, it had it with apostrophe, so I think that's the correct way.
okay. And so, you know, you can see that it highlights it in blue as a selection set. Then I can actually go in and say, I want to select by location, and it will pull up select what with what. So I'm going to use the petition road that is selected as my selection set, use selected features. And then what I want it to do is go into the parcel data and select parcels that intersect with that particular layer. So I'm going to choose the parcels. I'm using the selected road to intersect them, and then I click OK. And what it'll do is it'll spit out, and then I can hit zoom to selected features. So what you're seeing are parcels that touch or are crossed by Browns Gulch Road, and then I can actually pull up a table with that information, show selected features, and I've got 16 parcels that are crossed by Browns Gulch Road, which I could then export out to an Excel spreadsheet, which can be used with Excel and Word to send a notification to the affected property owners that say, you know, Browns Gulch Road is going to be petitioned as a county road. Yay or nay type of a thing. And so that's what I worked on yesterday. And I forwarded all that information to Blaine. Blaine, I don't know how much of that you shared with the commissioners, but I
They
created.
have it printed before them right now in a packet.
Okay. So I created, you know, not necessarily legal descriptions, but a verbal description of the road, so that, you know, we can be discussing, you know, from where to where, and, you know, what is the definition of a particular road. And so,
I think that's good in the standpoint the petition needs to say, yeah, who consents and who objects. Yeah.
Everybody. Because down the line, if they decide they
State
want
your
to,
name and then-
oh, Jim Walbilly, down the line, if they want to do something with that, this will establish legal and physical access. So if they
Yeah.
decide they want to partition their parcel, then they've got a real big hurdle for that. It's kind of
Yeah.
a big thing.
so, you know, just perspective of my perspective, just so you all understand, you know, where I'm coming from. You know, these roads, most of them were mapped, you know, 20 some years ago, if not longer. You know, and I've not changed them from when they were originally mapped for the most part. You know, sometimes if something gets paved, I go in and I, you know, select a segment that says, okay, this was gravel, it's now, you know, asphalt, or, you know, this was dirt, it's now gravel, that type of thing. Or if we, you know, get clarification on a particular road, I go in and make those modifications after we've gotten that clarification. The newest one of this grouping of roads is this Cliff Gulch Road, which we just figured out recently with what Blaine had submitted. I had called it initially Middle Gulch Road, simply because Steve Immenshoe, he and I talked about it, and the parties believe on the Wenger load, Dennis Petrick and Sandy Brunetti, they're developing their property. And so I needed to get a road name on that gulch. And with the documentation that Blaine had provided, we figured out that that drainage is called Cliff Gulch. So that is a newer road that got mapped. It initially got mapped as an access road a long time ago, and now we've got a name applied to it of Cliff Gulch because it runs through the Cliff Gulch.
So a newer name for an old road.
Correct. Yep. Correct. So, you know, if anybody's got any specific questions about the roads themselves, you know, I can certainly speak to that. Gonk Road was initially mapped as Gonk Road, but Henry Burr some years ago spoke up and said, hey, I think Gonk is, you know, I don't think he actually used the word offensive, but it was offensive, I think, to him. And he wanted to change to Algonquin, and the commissioners agreed. And so that road got changed to Algonquin Mine Road instead of Gonk Road.
Yeah, Gonk would be a nickname versus the.
Okay, so what we have here is Tower Road, Cliff Gulch Road, and Algonquin.
And Browns Gulch.
Right.
What color is it?
What color is it?
Purple.
Oh, well, it's not on this page. On this page. Purple. Okay. So and then the yellow one you got in here, that's gone. You don't want that one.
Yep. So I can remove, you know, boarding house flats from it.
So if the commission's good with those 4 roads and moving forward with letters to the,
Do they all
People.
connect somehow? Can you do
Yeah.
a loop? Could you do a loop?
well, Algonquin comes around and they all connect in there to it, right? Yeah.
See, it looks like right here at the end of Cliff Gulch, it must go into Algonquin and then come down.
But they're all accessible from like, cause Stewart Lake Road's already petitioned. And really the beginning point of Tower is already petitioned, but, so really this is just some, I look at it as house cleaning, or just cleaning up some, and making sure it's 100%
Yes.
protected.
Good. You guys have anything on that?
So we could proceed forward then and send letters out.
Yeah.
Matt, my office can do that. Were you, as far as sending out the, those letters, or were you thinking of something else?
No, basically the way that we've worked it in the past is, a generic form letter, and I'm able to take fields from the Excel spreadsheet and drop them into the form letter, name, address. I could even include, geocode or legal description, and then run a mail merge, and it will spit out a form letter that particular letter could be trifolded along with a map diagram, and then stuffed into a window envelope to make it, simplistic to send out a batch of letters for each one of these roads. So whether you do it or whether I do it, half a dozen, 1/6 of the other, you've got the information now with those Excel spreadsheets, and I gave you tabs for those documents. Actually, if I go and I open that particular layer, I can show the group what was done.
Yeah, I think if you could do everything up to the point where we can print and fold them here and mail them, but up to that point, I think it would be helpful. If that's okay with the commission to have you do that.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Sounds
Yes.
good.
Yep, so I can produce, PDFs. So here's the actual Excel spreadsheet, and you can see the very first column, it's got the name of the road and then what parcel it goes through. Now, some of these are doubled up as far as like ownership goes, simply because, Granite Resource owns a lot of mining claims up there, so, we'll have to decide how to treat those. Do we send 15 letters to them for each individual parcel, or do we just?
We'll talk to Bill.
Yeah, I think one letter that potentially lists all the parcels and that and the roads of the, but could you do that?
Make it a lot
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, just one letter.
It's all going the same person.
Right.
And he's already said he doesn't object other than boarding house flats.
Yeah.
But sending the letter again to everyone would be good.
Yeah, and then you'd have to maybe figure out a way for them to respond, because you do want to track who agrees with it and who dissents. So maybe there would have to be something that they would send back, or that they would potentially could email back, or physically drop off to say, yeah, we agree with this, no, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that could come back to my office too. Or Lynn.
So Blaine, I guess, I can certainly get with you after this to figure out the logistics of it all and the details, but yeah.
Okay, Yeah, I'm meeting with the commission today till 3, do it after that or tomorrow. Or whenever works for you.
Yep, I can make myself available to get this done. So
All right, thanks for your help.
Thanks, Matt.
you're
Is
very
there-
welcome.
Any public comment on this? I can't really see on that.
Jim and Carol.
Go ahead. Brooke Hayes.
Yeah, this is Jim Baquet. I don't, my dog's out of this hunt, but I'm having a hard time understanding when Boarding House Flats Road was removed. That means that the public doesn't want that to be a public road or a county road. Is that correct?
Whatever's there is likely a public road, but yeah, they're not wanting us to petition it to be a county road.
So we're still
Okay,
able to walk
so we can still go on our walks, because that's part of our path that we take up there, up the tower and around through Boarding Flats and then back down to our place. So we're not saying it's gonna be private, we're just saying it's not gonna be petitioned to be public, it'll just stay just like it is right now.
Correct, yeah, it's not, it wouldn't be the county telling you to stay off of that. That's my opinion.
No, no one said it. We were just making sure that we could still do it, Blaine.
Okay,
So it's still okay for us to go walking up that way.
We can't really say.
yeah,
that, can we?
it's my preliminary opinion, it's a public road, but, yeah.
On your private lane, I think that's a fair trade.
Excuse me, sir, who was speaking? This is Carol Baquet. Who was speaking?
Jim Waldbilly.
Well, sir, I think we've already settled that, and that was just rude. So all I'm doing is making sure I don't offend anyone else. So I would appreciate the same respect. Scott, do you have anything to say with that comment that he said towards me?
Do I?
Yes, sir.
He said that as long as, is it okay if he walks down their driveway?
Well, it was sarcastic. I
The-
always said
the-
stuff like that.
The county, yeah, the county doesn't, we want to end the, yeah, so let's, we want to try, this is trying to resolve and come together and.
I agree. Thank you, Blaine. I do agree with you. I appreciate you. I just, like I said, we were just making sure that we can walk that, that it's not declared, private, like we're talking. Is it public? Is it private? Is it county? That's all we wanted to know.
So, my preliminary opinion is a public road, but that's just
Okay.
preliminary.
All right. Thank you.
Being that, I guess on all that note, we move on.
So this was just a discussion on what we're going to create.
Yeah, and really, it's gonna be,
Is there? a
free
motion to-
resident property owner led, because they're the ones that have to sign the petition, but,
Is
yeah.
there a motion that has to be made going forward, is what I'm wanting to.
I would say the motion would be is to send out letters to all adjoining property owners regarding these 4 roads and ask if they consent or object, and that the county will pay for that process.
Okay, did you get that, Bill?
I think that I'm doing a couple things at
So
once, but
approving the letter notices to go out to all adjoining landowners to these roads, asking if they object or consent.
So we're
To get back to the
creating the
county.
preliminary map. Is what the agenda item says.
That's
So,
basically already been done. Besides, you can do I don't know that you need to do a motion on taking out boarding house.
Okay.
But it's gonna be what the public ends up signing is what the
Won't
important.
be included going forward in
Yeah.
the partition process.
Yeah, so I don't know that we need a motion on that.
Okay. So this is mainly what was on the agenda. We didn't have to have a decision made, it was just discussion. It's just what,
Yeah.
because it says discussion and decision. Alright.
So I think
Froggy voice.
I think the decision's on sending out the
Going
notices to
forward.
see, yeah, that's the first process going forward.
Letters to each person.
Yeah, each property owner.
I make sure our duckies are in a row here,
I know.
And
things the right way.
So are you gonna do the motion?
I thought you said there didn't need to be.
No, now, that point there needs to be, I don't think there needs to be a motion on the mapping. I think it needs to be a motion on the letters.
Letters, sending letters out.
Okay, I make a motion that we send letters to the property owners on the petition to create these roads as county roads.
And the 4 roads would be Algonquin Mine Road, Tower Road, Browns Gulch Road, Cliff Gulch Road.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Public comment?
Elena is having some technical difficulties, but she has a public comment. She's just via the phone.
You public?
She has a public comment.
Oh, I didn't see her hand.
She's
Well,
having
she's
some
having
technical
problems.
difficulties. She emailed me.
She's right here.
This time I didn't miss it. Go ahead, Elena. He's still not.
Okay,
coming.
thank you. For the record, Elena Gagliano, I'm having a problem like before, and I couldn't hear the meeting because all I heard was music, but I had a question. I don't know if it was approached. Is there going to be a public notice in the newspaper about this and an actual resolution regarding the petition?
The we're doing letter mailings. Right now, it's not required to put it in the newspaper regarding this notice, but if the county wanted to do that, you could.
Because there may be some people that aren't here right now, or they're not picking up their mail. And this is a petition regarding these roads, and I would think that there should be a public notice and also a resolution regarding
Oh, they're
the petition.
well, but this is just the start of the process. There'll have to be a public hearing on the petition, and then a resolution on that. So yeah, this is just the very start of the beginning of it. But really why we want to know if someone consents or objects is because that needs to be put on the petition. So
Okay, so there will be
Elena,
something, because this is how the roads get lost. You know, we don't know when something happened, who did what, and there's not any
Well,
documentation.
there'll have to be a public hearing on the petition. If the petition's grant, they'll have to do a report on that. They go out and again, a hearing process, and there'll be a resolution with the maps attached if the resolution.
this is,
So
excuse me,
this is just the first discussion, right?
if Elena. So the procedure's just starting, the resolution doesn't come until the end. We get the letters to the people, we get the petition going, then it goes to the public, then it goes the resolution. And then by resolution, it's adopted as a county road.
After a public hearing
After
process.
public hearing.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is just the beginning of the process.
Okay, so there will be another, I would think, on the agenda again, actually for a public hearing. Right?
Public
And
hearing
that'll be
notice will
noticed
be in
in
the
the paper
paper.
and stuff.
Yeah, public hearing notice will be in the newspaper, and then the resolution will be on the agenda twice as well, so potentially could be at least 3 more times.
So and I
But
think, aren't we gonna have it surveyed too, Blaine?
yeah, I don't know that that could be done after the
Okay.
resolution could attach the
I
attach the maps. But likely, be surveyed as well at the end of it too,
Yeah.
but
The end process will be surveying it, and the survey will be a record.
Public
as a
record.
county road.
And Matt Pierce is the one that does the survey for the county, right? This is not a
No, On a
private
survey.
surveying.
It would be likely someone like Barney Howland or someone independent surveyor.
It's our pick.
Yeah, your pick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, under that, we'll move ahead.
Thank you.
guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Have a
thank
good
you
day.
guys. Yeah, we'll
Wow, me.
We'll-
Thanks, Matt.
keep you updated on
We're done for lunch.
how people respond.
Thanks, Matt.
Adjourn for lunch, okay, sounds good to me.
It'll be a while.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
I just have one very quick question to the group, the commissioners in particular. Have you had a chance to review the amended price for the HERE GIS data submittal? I don't know if that's on your agenda.
It's
or if
on.
you've already.
It's on for next week.
Okay. If you'd like me to, I can speak to the group. If you have questions about that, let me know, and I can certainly respond to it. Otherwise, this is something that you've done, I think, 3 or 4 times already. And thanks to Valley County, the price went from $500 for that data to $685. So you're getting some extra money from them. And I think lesson learned, if they come back to us in 2 years and want it again, we look at the inflation index or whatever it is and do some math on it and tell them, okay, now it's 725 or whatever it is. So.
Okay.
Or 3,280.
Yeah, it'll be on next week then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next week. Well, thank you,
Alright.
everybody.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay.
We're done.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dave and Jim.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're back on now and we're on the Granite County Solid Waste Policy Update Discussion this evening.
And
It's pretty, I don't know, I read through it. Did you guys, what do you guys think? What? About this?
I think Scott's gonna come over and update you guys on his research. He's actually done a lot of research into that, into Granite Disposal's customer list. And he has a lot of information to share, so. That's
Yeah,
kind
and
of
the
what he's
people that he
found.
said don't have units. He's got to look to see that whether or not, if they're lower Rock Creek, they don't belong to the solid waste.
I think a lot of the ones too, he said he had found were people who don't have, real proper or a building on their property. I can't speak or think right now.
Just bare ground.
Yeah,
But
and
they
so there's
still
no
got
units
space.
attached.
Why do they have garbage dumps then?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
just-
he'll explain it better though.
So then, yeah, he's got to pay for that. He's gonna haul somebody else's garbage that doesn't belong to that. Right? What say you, chairperson?
And I said, yep. So you want me to go get him?
Chairperson.
Go grab him.
Did you guys, well, I got to wait to complain, but did you read through this?
Change.
A couple of them.
The highlighted stuff has been changed.
Well, see, and that's the thing, is if it's even bare ground, they're still being charged, because the taxes are getting charged.
No, they don't pay a unit on their ground. There's no units.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. So if you've
But
got
they
there,
still-
if there's
They
nothing
go
on
in,
there,
they still have to pay, though. They haul something in, then they got just.
yeah, then they probably have to pay as you go. But if there's no house or structure, then
I guess we can go ahead and talk to Scott here on his updates, and when Blaine gets down, we'll go back to the solid waste policies and procedures, is that all right?
Huh?
We'll go ahead and talk to Scott on his updates,
okay,
and then when Blaine comes down, then we'll go back to the policy procedures, man. Rick ain't coming in either, right?
No, not today.
All right, go ahead, Scott.
Well, I've got, Granite Disposal has 148 customers. They gave me that customer list, and I've gone through all of those and tried to find the tax ID numbers on them. I've got 611 of those, 748. So some of them are just say, Northwest Energy, you know, and that's all there is. There's no address or anything. You know, that and there's a PO box for them to pay for. So I think there's some of these that I'm not finding are known to the drivers, but not known to physical address. So those are some of the gaps I think in there that need to be worked out with myself and Rick, you know, to get the tax ID numbers on those things. So there's a gap there. I mean, I've gone through the cadastral and what's the other one, tax, you know, looking for names and things, try to pull up the tax ID number, and just nothing really comes up that's close enough to make an exact match. And I'm going through and finding out the dump units of the ones that are found for the tax IDs. Some of them have 5 or 6 dump purchases for that particular tax ID, and then, you know, and lower, they'll have 1 or 2, you know, tax units for the properties that they're picking up at. And what I'm finding, of the 100 that I've gone through, I'm finding about 3 or 5% don't have any units on them, on their tax IDs. And I've done some research on those, and it's mainly because there's no structure on that property. You know, it's or they're starting to build, and, you know, they're getting trash pickup. Yeah. It's not so much the Clinton section that we're.
Okay,
looking at,
yeah. Now,
but this is just a.
the Clinton section do not belong to solid waste.
The what now?
Well, Clinton down
No.
Lower Rock Creek.
Lower Rockford, yeah.
They
so-
are not in solid waste, so if he's hauling garbage for them.
I don't know that he is, and I haven't found any properties in that area.
Well, I thought you were going from his customer list, and that's where you were coming up with the legal descriptions.
Well, that physical address, I look it up, and then I find out, you know, on the cadastral that it's not in that area. But what's missing, the reason they don't have a dump is because there's no, it's a rural land or something that doesn't have any structures on it. They might have a trailer that they put on there and they didn't pick up. I don't know. There's so many different variables.
Okay, when you
What?
say you're finding some that doesn't have a structure on it, but it's on his vendor list,
Right, where he's doing a
he's
pickup.
picking up garbage for something that doesn't have a structure on it?
Well, they might maybe
They don't-
pull in their camp and that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have
something.
maybe have a trailer. I'm just speculating. I'm just saying that it doesn't have any, you know, structure per se, and it's finished. And they don't put a dump unit on there until the structure is at least 70% completed. There might be buildings or something. There's those kind of things, and it's only the first 100 that I've gone through, that there's just a handful, you know, 5 or
You
6.
think once they broke ground or even got whatever, then it should be a dumpster on there, cause like I said, he's going in there pulling it, they got things he put it on. He's saying that they showing up on there, but yeah, he's pulling out of them places, where's it going? In ours, and we're paying for it. And he's charging.
See, I don't know the policy,
Okay.
when that,
So for me to understand this, in your search. You, as an example, you found one that is a customer of his.
Correct.
And according to the tax ID number, there's no structure on it.
yeah, when I go into the assessment of the taxes, they'll have either have a dump unit or not. They won't have a dump unit, and then there's no structures in that listing of, you know, all the assessments, so. I'm not an expert or.
No, I
anything,
know, I
but,
understand that, but he's got a vendor list and he's hauling garbage for someone that has a tax ID number, but there's no units on it
He ain't being
because there's no
charged.
structures on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And this is 3 to 5%, which is a small amount.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
that's why, I mean, when we have in the draft policy of the. Co-op, they have to actually be and have an account.
Yeah.
With the dump number. That. To be part of the co-op, that's the only way to. Be.
So
able
they'd have
do
to
it.
get a unit to. For him to collect their garbage, would he have to pay for their unit then?
Yeah, then it's either the options in the policy now are the yeah, the weight, the WAM cooperative or pay as you go.
Which it should be.
I know, but how's that gonna work?
It's gonna put it on his burden to make sure that he knows, otherwise he's getting charged for it. We can't keep letting him just go pick. Well, we
So how are we gonna do this with him and his
Well,
think this is.
co-op?
the let's see, you have the draft
I like it.
policy there, so. Page. 8 and 9. So the 14A is if he's weighing everything. And that.
Yes, that big one.
Okay.
Those
so-
persons or
okay,
entities that do not have a taxpayer ID number with the Grant County Solid Waste District must have their garbage weighed individually. So that then would be, then they'd be charged for it. Alternatively, B, in lieu of weight scale requirements, you could do the pay as you go. Or C is the alternative of the co-op, but you have to be a member of the co-op, you have to have a
Yeah, unit.
you have to have a taxpayer. I guess it should,
It'd have
I'm
to
not
have-
saying that right, it's different than a taxpayer ID
Yeah,
number,
you
it's
couldn't have
a,
it because
it's
you
a, yeah.
you could have a taxpayer ID on bare ground, and so there's no unit to go.
It should be,
Unit.
I have a dump card number, right? Is that what you call it?
Well, to get a dump card number, you have to have a unit
Yeah.
on your.
All right,
tax ID
so this should
number,
say,
Your assessment.
instead of taxpayer ID number, it should say dump card number.
Be fine.
So if they were going to, they would have to get a dump card then. If they're gonna pay as you go, they either do a unit or pay as you go. How's that gonna work with him collecting the garbage? They don't have a unit on it, but he charges them to collect their garbage. And this is the law
Yeah.
stuff that's going in the dumpster that we
Well,
can't track.
it's. He's
Am I
gonna have,
making sense?
he's updating those, his customer list. And then at the end of the recorder, he's saying who he dumped for, so if they're not, don't have a dump card number, they'd have to be then billed at that time.
So he would get
Right.
billed then.
Yes, he's gotta take care of his own stuff. They're
Oh,
his
he would-
customers.
Okay.
Chuck was saying in that one thing that he should be the one, cause we don't know where he's picking their gift, right?
We-
I'm not speaking for.
No.
Isn't that what we kinda agreed on, that we're putting the burden back on.
Okay.
him.
Back on him, not.
So Blaine, what we're saying is, and Scott has come up in 3 to 5% is all. That people he's collecting for do not have units because there's no structures on their property.
That's pretty much what I found.
Yeah, the
So
Yeah.
he has to pay for them.
that's in B, it talks about he'd be invoiced for them on a quarterly basis, B. But on A, we need some language that says, that last line, those persons or entity that do not have a taxpayer ID number and dump card number. With Granite County Solid Waste District must have their garbage weighed individually
I
and pay
think
as you
that
go.
has to, we have to scratch that and say, do not have units. on their tax ID number of garbage.
Yeah, dump card number.
Yeah.
Yeah, dump card number takes care of
But
that.
the dump card number is your tax ID number.
Isn't it different? It's not different?
I thought it was
There's a
different when you
nuance.
went in there with your dump card, it ain't your tax ID, or it's a, they give you a card.
Yeah, so
It is
Need
your
one.
tax ID number.
oh, but it's a dump card number. It's if you actually have a dump card with a number on it,
Cause
I haven't had a dump card forever and they just probably go in and do my tax ID
Yeah.
number.
which
It-
takes
that's
care
what
of
it
it.
is.
But
I have a card.
but we should say,
Let me see it.
but while you don't have it physically in your possession, there's been one issued to you. Maybe that's what we should say, an issued dump
Cause
card.
a lot of times you go in there and there'll be whoever's working there, if there's
Yeah.
their name, and then he punches it in the computer and it comes up that you have this, and then it's supposed to show how much you're gonna left.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, then how do you know I ain't going home?
You don't, unless you request it. You can call
See,
me.
this is where
That'd be done on
I
the
can-
quarterly, but
I can look it up.
yeah,
Anytime you wanna call, I can look.
Oh, they can't look it up there, so.
They can, but there's so much volume, it
Okay.
just takes away from the whole process and.
But you have it on your software,
Yeah,
so
I
you can
get-
see what, if I said, how many pounds do I have left? I could come in and you
Sure.
could tell me.
And I get those calls all the time.
Okay.
but that's why you have in B, you have the pay as you go, then that business is billed quarterly, so he gets the bill and be responsible. If he's gonna take dump their garbage, he's gonna be responsible for it, so I think that takes care of that, so I think alternative 14B would take care of your. It all hinges upon. The private business that's hauling garbage, following these rules. But it also says if they don't follow the rules, then such as let's see here. I believe it says somewhere that basically it's just pay as you go if they don't follow those alternatives. I'll double check that one.
But Rick's total tonnage that goes to the dump. And you take that total tonnage and you take the people that he's picking up in those 2,000 pounds, they all have on their units, some of them have 5 units, right? But if you take that, that would more than offset his dumping. So if they were to forfeit that, which has been spoken about before, that would take care of him paying for each dump or something that qualified, all cleared out all his dumping fees. If they were to forfeit. So I just want to clarify that.
Here's the language right now in 14A. It says. Said businesses must be in compliance. This is the garbage hauling business must be in compliance with these rules. In section 14 as an express condition of being able to dump at Granite County solid waste sites. So they can stop them from, they're not gonna follow the rules and keep. Like if they're doing the cooperative and not keeping us updated, then they can't, you're not gonna allow them to dump there.
So Scott, what you just said is someone has 5 units of garbage on their tax ID number, that more than covers the ones that don't have a unit on their tax ID number? Why do they have 5 units if they don't use 5 units?
I didn't say they didn't use it. They have 5 units because they're also getting pickup, but they use 5 units. They could be a restaurant or something like that. And it's a big dumpster instead of just.
I know, I understand your.
Yeah.
Um,
But that's why they purchased the 5 units.
So the reason they have 5 units on their garbage is because that's supposedly how much garbage they dump. That equivalent to 5 units.
Cause it depends on what they are, if they're
Yeah.
a bar or. if they're-
Yeah, but we have some where
Trailer
that's
park.
been amended. And we really don't have a paper trail on it. It should be, if people are have taxes above what's in the policy. We should have an agreement with them. It talks about that in Let's see. Page 12 of 14 talks about having an agreement.
So
Said you-
Scott, just one question, are you saying that you feel that it averages out even with the people that don't have a unit? They're averaging out with people that have,
The people that don't have a unit are outliers, they're just a small percentage. I just wanted to mention that there are people that without. You know, a dump unit on the property, but you look at this apartments up here, it's a quite, you know, fourplex. It's one tax ID, but he's bought 4 units of trash, and there's 4 apartments. You know, one person in that apartment I found yesterday has pickup and the rest don't, you know, so there's those kind of anomalies.
One thing that's happened too is even within like the,
okay, him saying that, sorry,
all right,
then he shouldn't be getting all those units.
Who's that?
The garbage disposal guy. Why, if the only one unit is putting garbage out and he's got access to 4 units.
Right, so that's what has
See
to
what I
be,
mean?
that's
You
what
see
has to
what I
be
mean?
ironed out.
I'm confused.
It's
So are
not,
we making a big mountain out of this?
Yeah, I think we gotta go with this. And then see how it works out.
Go with, okay.
with some, I got some tweaks there to it, but one issue that's come up like with the fire service areas is that there's potentially structures out there that we don't know about. And I know that like Matt Pierce is gonna help the Flickr Fire Service area, but the county may want to look at having an independent contractor hired that goes out and looks for structures, because it's important from the standpoint of solid waste district as well as the fire service areas, and so we're potentially missing out on some structures that could be assessed.
What's her name that goes around, she don't turn them in?
Julie Goebel.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not. Department of Revenue says that's on the counties to ultimately to. I don't read the statute quite the same way they are, but they're putting it on the counties to update
So we
that,
need to find somebody who wants to drive around.
Well,
like every 6
That's why they
months.
took it away from the county, so they can blame it on the county.
Yeah, it's I mean, but you mean, you think that they would be wanting to, I mean, those are property that they would wanna, improvements they'd wanna tax, why wouldn't they be?
They
the
couldn't
ones
care
that-
less.
There was somebody this summer planning grid. And I think they're taking it pretty low. I know it was a grid because they go over here and then they turn, and then they come back right straight line, and then they go, and that, I'll watch them all work all the way across. Is that for tax purposes and that for building?
I'm not aware the Department of Revenue is doing that. I know there's like private companies that do drone photos and then go to your ranch and say, hey, we've got this photo that would sell you of your ranch. I don't know, but I don't know who that was. But I think the county should look at an independent contractor to potentially do that. Because Matt Pierce is gonna help with that, but that's not what he's wanting to do. I mean, that's.
And it's not that. We could go in there ourselves and find it on his software. The structures.
Yeah. Yeah, just having someone.
And all
hired to
he'd
go
have to do is say, okay, you want structures? And he can
Yeah.
tell you how to go in there and do it, because you can go right in there and look up the
Yeah.
tax ID number and see if there's a structure.
So maybe that. Maybe do,
I mean,
yeah,
he's got that.
yeah, someone working with him to.
Yeah, I would think
get
working with him, ask him if he's not, then find maybe somebody, because he's got that, and he can just pull it.
All-
Cause every structure,
Yeah,
or any time they're looking for an address, they have to call him, and so he's out there
Yeah.
looking all the time.
all I know is Jason Vitor asked for some help and he said he'd give it, but he just said he was swamped and but would work with it. I mean,
Yeah,
so I guess something for us to look at.
so Scott, in your opinion, are we getting this cleaned up to a point where you feel that the garbage that he's putting in there is balancing with the units that we have, that we know are coming in.
Oh, yeah, I think there's more tax ID offset for his dumping because of the volume of things. You know, the 611 tax IDs that I've identified, some of them have multiple, dump units. And I gave you that tonnage.
Yeah,
that he's.
so it's not as bad. I mean, we're in better shape than we thought.
Yeah, I think that it does. I can pull together something for you that shows that. I mean, it's just.
So what we wanted and what initially we need is the fact that he was hauling and stuff was going in the dumpster and not coming back to the people that actually are his vendors onto their unit.
Yeah, and we were blind.
Yeah, well, you don't know that. There's no visibility of that.
The new policy as amended would then basically put in writing what we're saying to them already, that you got to get us this information, or you pay as you go. And so, and then it doesn't force the scales right now, since he has
So that would
alternatives.
be, when you say pay as you go, that would be him going and weighing and having to pay for whatever his stuff.
Getting billed for either the whole thing, or if it's if he hasn't updated basically, if he's not updating you and wants to do that alternative, you can just say you can't dump. But you can also do a pay as you go, and then be billed quarterly.
So then how does that work at the end of the year? When he turns his thing in, and then Scott will do the research to see.
Well, he's supposed to update it quarterly under the draft, so then, we're continuing to check what his customer list for against what he's dumping for. 'Cause
And
he's
he
supposed to
pays
do
for the
both.
excess. If you dump more than
Yeah.
the total of those units were, then he'd pay for the excess, right?
Yeah,
So what's allowable for what units is in with his vendor list? If he's over those units, then he'd have to
You gotta
balance it, yeah.
yeah.
And then, so then, now that someone who belongs to him as a customer, they have to pay as you go if they go to the dump on their own.
Yeah, so I've got some information about that. So I went from July 1st to now, and I've got a customer list with a dump list and their totals. And ran it against Rick's list, and 25% of the people are dumping at the dump. Different amounts, but they're still using the dump in addition to this.
Yeah. So that's where you're getting your double dipping them, supposedly.
Well, that's.
Because he's supposed to get their units,
Right.
Yeah, well,
right?
And then if he was getting our total unit,
Yeah,
then if he went over, then he'd have to pay
Yeah.
that and work it out with
Yeah.
them. So we're throwing it back on them. We just have to go with this, I think, see how it works. And
well, do the 180 customers that are currently dumping, in addition to pickup, do they have to pay when they go to the dump? Or is that would offset Rick's liability for excess? Then the county will receive monies, and not.
say that again.
So the people the 180 people that are going in and just dumping.
Yeah, okay, there's 180 people going in that are his customers that dump on,
Right,
okay,
so that's chipping away at that 2,000 that Rick's supposed to get.
yeah.
So if they pay as they go in there, that would offset any overages Rick might have.
Yeah.
But the other issue though is might not know that they're gonna be over until the end of the year.
Okay, so this is the thing, here's the thing. And to me, it's common sense. The person is having their garbage picked up. And what I always thought is that whatever they were picking up. He was giving the information to them so that it could go in and it would go into their funds and offset what's been dumped. So if he gets all their units and it's a co-op, then he. Gets all
Okay,
their
yeah,
units.
then any of that would be extra, yeah.
Then they don't get any extra units, so because they've given.
Yeah,
They've given this man their units,
it's pays,
and so
Pay as
they
you
would
go.
have to go to the dump and pay as you go, you see what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
they don't have any units.
I say it the way I say it, sorry.
All right, I need some language in 14C to clarify that, yeah.
And it's gonna have to be that way, and then maybe he'll be more diligent in turning in his reports. Because if there's any at the end. These people that need to haul something, well, I guess they just make sure he hauls it. Right? He can haul anything, right? He can take couch. He can take refrigerator. Does he take refrigerators?
No.
No, so
it's fine.
refrigerators
Free on.
are free. With the exception of a $10 discharge. So they can, it's a metal product, it's a white product.
Ah.
So they can bring those items like.
But to drain and we gotta charge them $50 to take the free on out.
That's correct, so that's my job is out there, is that. So they can come up.
What, Wayne?
Well, just thinking of the tweaking that I can do here to match exactly how we've talked about today, so.
Because this is like you said, they have to agree, these people have to agree on the co-op. And they have
Yeah.
to agree that they are giving their unit
Yeah,
to
yeah,
him.
Can-
Therefore, they go to the dump, they have to pay as you go.
yeah,
And so we can kind of doctor that a little bit.
Yeah.
Put it on again and sign
Yeah.
it next week.
And what happens if they don't wanna be in this co-op? Then they haul their own garbage, right?
It's up to them.
Like majority of the county does.
Mhm.
You what?
Like the majority of the county takes their trash.
Yeah.
Done.
Alrighty, well.
I'm just not gonna pay double.
We're gonna doctor that and
yeah,
we'll. Put it
Have it on
back
for
on
next
for
week.
next week and move on.
Yeah, are we getting this down? Where we're getting this down?
What happens here is you have a property in the house. And you just don't wanna take things to the dump. So that service will probably cost you $250 a year. I'm not sure what he charges, but I think it's about that. And then additionally, you're paying $135.
Yeah,
And that's why people decide, I'm not paying double.
yeah.
You know, I'm just gonna take my $135 to the dump.
Well, I used to have them haul my garbage and that's what I told them. I'm not paying double. I can't afford it. I'll take my own garbage.
Okay.
So I do.
Alright, we got people coming in for this next one already.
Thanks. Here, Scott.
Thanks, good job.
Yeah.
Scott, good job.
There's an insight. There's an
Your people.
insight.
it's the only one, but,
Blaine, does that make better sense doing it?
Hello, Linda.
yeah. I like what
Somehow
you're
we
saying,
have to get, it has to be, if they're gonna give the units to him,
yeah,
okay, right. Are you getting exasperated with me?
Just a little, but no, I understand what they're saying. Sorry, we just gotta move ahead on it. We keep, we're getting it doctored down that it's just gonna be kicked back on him to take care of that stuff, because we don't know. That's just the whole reason why we jumped into this, because so. How are you, Linda?
Good, how are you?
It's awesome.
You're the only one here so far.
See Carol come down and she never from.
Slowly but surely.
I think scribbles, but these are the standards that came up with.
hello,
Oh, yeah.
I think Carol's coming.
She was next door.
Send it to provide them with. Oh, I will do that, thank you. And that-
Hey, Janine, quick question.
There might be more, but
Howard.
we'll find out.
There's always been powers, you know.
You guys can come closer.
Where?
Bring your chairs in.
Well, if I
Can't wait for Jeremy to, so he put the lights for the dome.
I knew nothing about that. Nothing I knew about Jeremy doing, he's supposed to put power out here where not.
He's also doing something there, yeah.
Say, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Okay.
All right, you win this.
sheriff. You're the sheriff, but I don't know if he's. And I don't see Ben Hotman either, but I don't know. if he-
Ben's at something today.
Yeah, I don't see his truck out
As
there.
soon as they lose, right?
And Becky had told me she was gonna get someone from TCP on here, but I don't have anybody or
Well, I
a
guess
name
we'll
or
go ahead
anything,
and get
so.
going on that. The main thing with having this is just trying to get everybody. Find out what people think and what. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff I'm asking about and go from there. So whoever wants to start out. Linda?
I'll start out. So I mean, I guess initially I didn't care if we did 2 or 1, but if some of the employees are gonna stay on one,
But that can't happen.
yeah, why would
Yeah.
any of us switch? It's like we all go one way or we all go another way, but I can't see any reason
We
for
can't.
some of us to go part way and some of
Yeah.
us not to go.
Already on what, the payroll?
Well, some of us, the road shop doesn't wanna do the bi-monthly, so because the union, potentially they may not have to. But then that would leave them on monthly and some of us on. So bi-monthly, and then I don't know what the elected officials would be. If you guys are monthly or bi-monthly.
Well, it'd be the same for any employee, we get the same pay period as you. I mean, it just, we're salaried, and it'd be split out, and it would
We're not
be,
doing half.
like, for example,
So if they're going to say no and they won't go, then I'm fine staying on monthly. Just leaving it alone.
I'm good with that too.
but here's the problem. And this is something that the union does not want to open negotiations. And like I said, we can't do 2 separate payrolls, one monthly and semi-monthly.
They did.
How,
Go ahead.
how would it work? Could someone input the road crews, like say the superintendent, into the system? Would that be legal? Taking it from there, and it would still be semi-monthly. They don't mind the semi-monthly, they don't want the time clocks. They're
Yeah,
fine.
that
with
could be
semi-
done if you. You're saying require that of the road and bridge superintendent? Yeah. Yeah, the thought I have was we do the new program with everyone that wants to opt in, but it doesn't sound like that's an option, right?
Yeah, we can't do 2 separate, you just can't, it just gotta be one or none, the same or not. I mean, you can't, it's
Yeah.
just. You're throwing 2 separate systems.
Be
in there.
inefficient, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it's, she's making more work for the clerk that what she's trying to get out of. She's trying to save time.
Yeah, that's
So
my
that is
understanding,
not
is it
saving
was
time.
supposed to save time. So why would we go to bi-monthly if some of them don't want, it? Why not just leave it alone?
I think that some of the people were just asking if they ever thought about it. We have used.
Yeah.
Brought it up to this.
What
I
was
think
that,
that's
Scott?
the whole thing. I think there was people that were just asking about it. And we brought it up a few years ago now, and I think they just brought it up again, but to me, it seems like most of them already got their account set up for monthly, so it's not like I mean, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to go back and try to sit, so I guess. What's everybody think?
So
What's your help saying?
another thing, Scott, here's the clincher, is we paid for it. Sarah,
I believe we just paid for the the machines, the biometric.
Okay, can we get our money back?
I don't believe so. I think that we can, if they had a problem. So my understanding is that that people wanted to, there was a request that we go to bi-monthly. And then, so my office was saying, well, the only way to do bi-monthly would be to, do the electronic times, because it would be inputted into the system. It would probably streamline things. So now I don't think that the ones that are asking about the bi-monthly, it's not that they have they're not sure about the actual time clocks, wanting to do the time clocks. I think that's where the issue thing is. So the time clocks have been purchased. I guess that we could, but it was the biometric is what I've understood. So Becky looked into doing, getting a different time clock, one that you could key into. And they said, yes, we could trade that out and do that. Those ones have a camera on them. So that would be plugging in and a camera. So I don't know if it's the different way in which to do it is, or if it's just the whole,
Okay, so here's the thing, the union does not want to punch in a time clock. They're totally against it, or they don't want to reopen their negotiations.
Yeah, I don't fully understand the reasoning, but yeah, they don't wanna negotiate it.
So, I mean, I guess.
I could answer, but I better not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I better.
So paying for the software, we paid for the hardware.
For the hardware, I believe, yeah.
And how much was that?
It was just over 7,000, I believe.
Is
Okay,
there a
so
way
I
to
would go back
turn,
into
is there a way to
that.
turn off the photograph? If that's
That isn't anything, they only, that wasn't well, I don't think they even know what's going on. I think all of a sudden they decided they didn't want to do it without even looking into it or anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't either.
My question is, why did we already purchase that when we didn't even know what the heck we were gonna do? That is my question. I think it was from,
What was
my
your
only
question?
answer is that, the only answer I could give you is that listening back there was like the September 13th, maybe, commissioners meeting, that the biometrics were okay, and so she went ahead and.
And it
purchased
actually
I think.
went out to department
So,
heads and whether
yeah.
or not there was a response, I don't know.
Right.
But it did
But
go
it
out
was-
there. It wasn't, you guys weren't.
did not realize that
You
you
didn't
was
respond, you
gonna.
didn't respond.
Yeah, and it was okay, and so
Yeah.
that was,
Yeah,
we've
everybody's
got
fine.
going, yeah, so
Going forward.
it went forward, that's the only answer I would have to that, so.
Like, could potentially be resold. We own them, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do we, okay, here's what.
They haven't been programmed.
Do we
that's-
put it on the back burner until we negotiate with the union to see, or do we go forward and direct the superintendent to input their time cards, which they can do bi-monthly? They're fine with the bi-monthly or semi-monthly, or whatever, price month. They just didn't want to do time clocks.
By week.
So them turning their time cards into the superintendent to input.
I just don't think that's fair to everybody else in the.
Why should they be excluded?
By what?
Why should they be excluded? from
Because they say they're
anything?
not going to do it and we have to negotiate union. Because they're union members. And until we negotiate. So put it on the back burner
So that's what
until,
it sounds like we're gonna have to do, because. You can't do part, like you say, and you can do part that way and part that way, I mean, and it's all gotta be one whole. I don't think
okay,
it's
so
fair to everybody else.
in the instance where you were talking about monthly, semi-monthly. But someone submitting their time card to the superintendent, semi-monthly. Or to the supervisor, and that person inputting it. You can, it would work, but.
But then anybody could do that, and maybe the other
Well,
folks
that's
would,
what-
yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So
So there goes your,
right, the whole, I mean, it puts it more the onus on the supervisor to make sure that their time gets in.
so they won't,
And not a responsibility of the employee.
I guess
So
my biggest thing, I haven't really heard so much about the monthly, semi-monthly, it's just the time.
It's the time clock,
So
right?
why-
My
Why can't we just
understanding.
figure out, just stay?
Well,
with
you
money?
could, and I don't know where you're coming from, where you say you can't do it semi-monthly, you have to do it electronically.
I didn't say
There's semi-monthly been going on since dawn of time without having a time clock to throw it in. It's just doing
Right.
payroll twice a month.
Right, so I think that what the confusion, it's just that our office was saying that it'd be easier to do. In order to do this, the twice a month, it would make it much easier. If so if they want semi-monthly, that we would do it electronically. That's how it would just make it
More
more
efficient.
efficient and easier. Yeah, so I think that's where I think that's where that's coming in and where the electronic thing came in.
Electronically, instead of us handing in our timesheets like we do at the end of the month or the
Yeah.
beginning of the month. He said she has to go through and program them into the system we already have. If we got this time clock deal about, the way I'm understanding it is that it would just upload
It
into there, she
automatically,
wouldn't have to
yeah,
enter it, it'd
goes
just be
in,
there.
and she doesn't have to
And it'd be
go
easier
through
for
every
her.
time card.
Right.
I think you still would have to. You know.
What?
I think you still would, I mean, just like after we enter the paper ones in, you still have to go over it again, so you're just eliminating the putting it in. And then just still going, but.
What do you
But I
think?
think that was the issue and.
Bunch it? Eat it? Or put it on the back burner
Back where,
and see what happens with union negotiations?
Well,
Coming up here.
and I guess with the time clock, it's not that the punching in is eliminated. It's just deferred from Becky to the department heads. We all now have to punch it in or make sure. it got punched incorrectly, but I guess, for me personally, the flexibility of hours has always been a benefit that this county offers. And I guess I can work with the time clock and entering it manually and all that. But it does feel like that benefit of flexibility is taken somewhat, so I can see why, people don't love them. Cause it does, I mean, that's always been one of the benefits is, if your kid has a concert at the school, you feel like you have the flexibility to, okay, my work's caught up, I'm gonna go do that, and I'm not gonna worry about it, not having to clock in, clock out. Make up this time, make up that time. And so I think that's where a lot of people have a problem with the time clock.
I think that explained it way better, what we just said.
Exactly.
Kind of feels like a babysitter. Don't work. Babysit Mackenzie that she's not taking too long in the bathroom or something.
Well, the
You have an issue with
15-minute
that?
breaks wouldn't be part of that, right?
Right.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
So you wouldn't have to clock in for your breaks or clock
Yeah.
out,
Right.
gotcha, or whatever, vice versa. Yeah, because some people's hours vary. Like you were saying.
And it's always been part of the benefits. That's how I've always looked at it. It's one of the benefits of working here. Is that there is some flexibility into that schedule.
Well, I think it's like, put it on the back burner, but I can darn near guarantee you what's coming.
Enlighten us. Enlighten us.
Yeah.
No, you can't, okay.
I think if people saw how this worked pretty slick and was not a problem, I think they would like it, but it's something new and it's gonna
Not
be,
everybody's gonna agree
yeah,
on one thing, cause
yeah.
mess
Right.
it up for everybody else.
Right.
That's what's gonna happen.
Can't make everyone happy. How it rolls. It's like,
Yeah, I do. I think it would fine too. And as far as flexibility, you would always have your flexibility.
Yeah,
Even.
because I'm my own department head, I just can go in and.
I mean, like you said, you have to work with department heads anyway,
Well, I
asking for vacation and sick days.
And that's what I was thinking, and I kept asking about the phones and instead of having to, like, if they just say she had a kid over there in the contract, why she can't just do it on the phone? That's
Well,
what
she did.
I know, that's one of the things I, like,
But the phones, they are.
Not as,
Right.
it depends on the departments. I mean,
Oh, okay.
it's so flexible for all the different departments and the way that it, from the sheriff's office, to the road department to the people that are here. It's, my understanding is that it's flexible, you can run it for different ways for different.
So you could use your phone and plug in your time in on your phone, is that what you're saying? Or-
Yeah, you know, and there are some places, I mean, if you're supposed to be geographically in a certain spot, you know, for when you start your day, then there's a fencing that would do that. But I think there's a different way, like the sheriff's office, the deputies all have their rigs at home. And they call in to the sheriff's office to tell them when they're starting. And so I don't know if they'll still call in and then the dispatcher calls them in, or if they've got a phone thing. There's all sorts of different. And then you've got the time clocks for if you're in this building, or, you know, and then the road shops and the weed department can use those, and, you know, there's, but, and yeah, and it depends on the department that you're in and how.
So what about like Linda, like say she got stuff at.
She would be in a different department and they would work with that one to tweak it the way that it needs to be. You know, wouldn't necessarily.
And this is-
From my understanding, I am not a professional on what all, but I know that there's a lot of different tweaking that can be done.
That's with the company that, if we go.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot, I mean, there's so much in the background for the software, you know, and it's very specific for each company is gonna be different. And just like, and in each company, you've got different departments that are gonna be different, and, you know, like, all the way from, you know, your hours differentials, and yeah, there's overtimes, and, you know, whether you're exempt or non-exempt, there's whether you've got the set hours of when you're supposed to be, you know, like the people in here were gonna be from, you know, always gonna be 8 to 5 with an hour lunch or whatever, and then, but then your department is a little bit different, and it's kind of like, yeah, so it's, you know.
So my understanding is when it was brought to the attention of the commissioners. We said, okay, put the feelers out to see department heads, correct me if I'm wrong. And then it came back to us saying that everybody was okay with it.
I don't recall ever getting anything,
That's
except
what
it being on the agenda.
That's why I'm getting told that it was heads are saying, well, we have nobody talked to us, and all of a sudden they bought it, now what the hell?
Right.
We approved it.
Well, that's because we thought we were talking. So, I mean, I don't, obviously, there's a mistake somewhere.
So there was a notice that went out in September, or was it just discussed in that September meeting? And went,
I think it
the
was
way it's
prior to
gone.
that, I think it was prior to that it was put out to everybody about it. It was prior to.
I don't think there was nothing put out.
I think it came in, my memory was it came in and it was kind of discussed, and just like Blanche said, you guys said, go find out more information and put feelers out, and then Becky had come back in and brought you guys information, and you guys moved forward.
But then people weren't talking, so now we're sitting here.
Yeah.
So now what's being said is that we didn't ask our employees if they were interested. Is that what you're saying? We didn't?
I don't think the department heads were ever informed, it sounds like.
I mean, I know I came down, but that's the agenda, and I just feel like I feel free to come down when I wanna come down and stuff.
That's yeah, I don't know, this.
Let's have a vote here. And put it on the back burner and.
I think
We
you kind of
bought
have
it, there's
to,
anything
pretty
to
much
do
out.
about
yeah,
it.
I think, yeah.
you don't have much choice right now. Cause everybody's all confused.
But until your road shop negotiates,
Yeah,
I mean, it's in the water.
that's solid waste too. Both you.
Yeah, which that wouldn't be a problem, because
Yeah.
they've
So
got-
what were the reasons why they just didn't want to reopen the?
Yeah, they didn't tell me.
What is the reason for the time clocks?
No.
That was what I was saying before, is that the interest was to get the payroll to a twice monthly thing. And so to make that feasible, to make it, you know, much easier,
to go with the electronic time clocks, because then everything just gets fed into our system, so we still haven't checked over, but it's all in there. And
So how many people, what? Five months?
Budget kind of, I'm like monthly.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm fine.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, if you go by, I mean, a lot of people would like it by monthly, I'm thinking, but then again, if you're already going monthly, you've been doing it forever, like we have, much, you know.
That's
It's
why-
just you have to redo your whole budgeting.
That's why I said that,
You know.
everybody set up right, and that's what I got told. A Couple over here that we already have in the automatic taking out, we don't want to go back and do all this and do that, so.
Then they should have brought their opinions over to us instead of after the fact.
I don't know where he is, I can't answer.
Apparently, we didn't notify anybody.
God, I don't know, he maybe he's on a call. I don't know.
Not our fault.
Let's just put it on the back burner and go from there.
Just, I guess, one question. If the goal is to like get it electronically, is there not a way we could just electronically send in our time sheets? Like, isn't there an electronic one we could just fill out and send down to Becky?
I'm sure there is.
I mean, does that even help though?
No, it has to go into the, yeah, I mean, it would still have to electronic system that has to work with Black Mountain to be able to upload in there with all of the different various things. So.
Yeah, would they take and
I mean, it would be, I guess we do it, but yeah,
There's
then
programs
everybody
like
is
that,
entering things instead of doing the time clock. The time clock seems to be the issue. That's where the issue came.
The other
From my understanding.
The other alternative would be giving Brandy extra. Does Brandy help Becky
With
with payroll?
not at the
Oh,
moment,
yeah.
not yet.
Okay, it would be giving someone extra hours to help Becky with payroll would be an alternative.
Personally,
Hmm.
I don't think you need extra help with payroll.
But I'm just saying for the two, if you're wanting to do the bi-monthly,
Again,
just that, yeah.
right now, again,
Mm.
because of the fact that I did payroll for 11 years and I know how many days it takes to payroll. And I know within the month frame that it was be easy enough to do a semi-monthly without needing all the extra help to do it, because there's a lot that are in there that are salaried and it's easy to punch in the figures in the system and take shit. I know going through them and making sure the vacation and sick is fine, you're going through them, but it's not like we have 500 employees. It's like how many, 60 at the most?
Yeah.
Like 65, I think.
And the only reason I say this, Blaine, is because of the fact that I did it by
Yeah.
hand too.
I'm not, I was just throwing that out as an idea.
She's been here since before computers.
I was.
She was using abacus to get it done.
Oh, wow.
So then all we were gonna do is, we could enter them into the computer. And then we had to do everything else manually,
So,
but we'd be able to print checks. When I first started, but everything else was still.
Yep.
Manually.
All right, we're gonna move on. We're just paying.
So, I don't know, I think we have to make a decision, I don't think we can table it, I think or is this just discussion?
That is the decision.
So I said discussing the decision, I put it on there because I figured out we'd be here. Shall we heard the other day, so. I know I put it on for discussion decision because I thought there might come to a decision, but it's not. So you always put that on there just in case it does, then you can. Go
Okay.
on both.
So then we
There's no
would
decision.
table
That's why.
until
Right?
yeah, you could table it until,
union negotiations.
Our union, when our union negotiations.
Summer come spring.
yeah, spring.
When are they? In the spring, yeah.
All righty, well, thanks, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Would you, Janine, would you find out on that electric thing, or I can call them,
Thanks.
or whatever, I'll get it, but we need to find out what they don't. cold weather coming.
Thanks, guys.
Snow tonight. Yeah, that's gonna be on the way.
Okay.
Carol, you forgot your news.
Maybe give us a holler, let us know so we know.
Yeah, I'll go make some phone calls. I'll go talk to them.
Thanks. Wanted to find out on that electric work, what the hell the whole up is and where there's gonna be here and anyway. All right, we're going into requesting IB roofing, permission to open membrane. Who's opening this and what are they doing?
So, Slate Architecture, Scott Cromwell recommended, Dave Kaufman, who's a roofing consultant, who consults with a lot of counties and different public, yeah, so, and, so in talking with him,
Whoops, I didn't ask for no public.
Oh,
comment. I'm sorry,
Yeah, okay.
I seen a hand go. Public comment on the time clock, sorry, Blake. All right, go ahead.
So. the Commission directed me to look into inspection up there, cause we're confused on, you know, who's at fault or whatever, so. Scott Cromwell, Slate Architecture, recommended Dave Kaufman and another business too, but Dave this is his up his alley. This is exactly what he does with CARCI Consulting, and he's advising not going against ACE, so he doesn't. Do you want to close the meeting for me to explain what he's?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. We can open it back up when I'm done talking about his.
I don't think we have much choice. We're back on now, still on the membrane on top of the roof.
So, looking like the commission will not go after Ace Roofing litigation, but may look at getting it inspected and, first of all, asking IB Roofing if they would allow us to cut into the membrane if we release them from liability. There, I don't see where IB's, you know, they just provided the membrane. They're
I'm
not-
sure they, if wherever they cut, they're gonna seal it back.
Yeah.
Before we could, cause we ain't
Yeah.
doing nothing this winter, so I mean, I don't think a big. I guess that's one thing, just make sure they seal it back up.
Yeah.
We're gonna look under there, so we don't have a leak,
Yeah,
but I'm sure they will.
but you gotta,
Well, yeah,
so,
or we'll sue them.
Or maybe they leave it open. I don't
no,
know.
we'd, yeah, make sure that they're, it'd be,
Just read.
Dave
the
Kaufman's
stuff, it
people.
sounds like it, so. Just.
but you wanted them, there's two phases, it looks like there.
Yeah, there's phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 would come after we figured out what to do.
You wanna approve phase 1?
So, and these prices here look like would be not anything where it can be, it's maintenance anyway, it's not
Yeah.
some big high amount that's gonna mess with our.
Anyone's gonna,
budget in any way.
anyone's
Either
gonna
way,
charge
I mean,
us,
it's gotta be done.
Yeah.
yeah.
And we can sit there and try to find somebody else, but I just assume we got that stuff
Yes.
and move on.
This guy recommended by Slate Architecture, he works with architects and he advises architects, actually.
I'd entertain a motion if we want to go ahead with CRCI.
Phase 1.
Yeah.
Oh, like that motion.
I'll second it.
Public comment. See that little hand?
That's, I think that.
No, that's mine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's her little.
I seen a little hand there.
Sorry, I'm moving.
Trying to be good on this hand.
There's
Good
a
job.
little hand on mine.
Way to be diligent.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion to carry and pass. Yeah, we'll move ahead and have them come.
Alright,
So from that route.
see, does he have a place for a signature on that, or if not, we just say
I don't know.
approve phase 1 and sign and date it.
On the back there is.
Yeah, maybe just say approve phase 1. And
You guys are looking so tired, you're making me yawn.
Carry on in.
So I would think, I would think you'd want to do phase 2 as well. You want to approve that right now or?
Yeah. Let's get it done. Right? I mean, there's, you're looking at, phase 1 is 2,900, phase 2 is 3,500. Yeah.
Yeah,
Phase 2.
yeah, what is it? Then now, wait.
That's actually, the, full test of structural deck per roof section, visual assessment of attic under deck, observation composition photos, forensics on penetrations and oddities for design change budget numbers for re-roofing cost avoidance issues for the report. So give you a full analysis.
Phase 1 and phase 2.
Phase 1 and phase 2.
You want to redo the motion? Revise.
You already need motions.
Want to redo your motion?
I did. I added phase 1 and phase 2.
All right.
I'll second it.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thanks.
county easement grant to Northwestern Energy McKinsey Corp.
He's gonna come in, so. You could do your board reappointment.
Okay, we'll do the board if one, and is this the one that Jason and Norman was taking place?
No, Mike was already on the board.
Oh.
But.
Okay, so. This one is Mike Cutler for fire service area. He's already on it and re-signed.
Yep.
So did anybody else apply?
Nope, I need
Okay.
to send out little. need
Then
to
I
send
feel
everything out
free
again.
to reappoint.
Mike,
And, Jason B. Tour said he don't wanna be on it no more, he was gonna call in or say something last week, but we weren't in, so he got hold of me, said he don't wanna be on it no more.
I will make something like that.
So. That's the only one we had to redo today, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, go ahead and go into the resolution 2023-14.
Did you vote on
No,
Oh,
it? I second it.
all right.
So I second it. You,
Yeah,
Public comment? Ain't none on favor. Michael?
I,
Alright, so now we'll go to 23-14 Granite County Resolution fixing the mill levy for the state.
this is second reading.
yes. For
I
that,
make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-14.
I second it.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
All right.
None. Motion carried. And then the next one's 2315 is to have Mako to represent the county regarding writ petition before the Montana Supreme Court regarding statewide mail. This gets a first reading, so.
So we have the, the Montana Quality Education Coalition brought the suit against 56 states. Or 56 counties. Mako is willing to. They have a firm hired that would represent all the counties that want to be part of the group. People can do their own, but doing 56 separate responses in the Supreme Court would not be efficient. Some counties did go with the 95, so they're getting, they filed motions to get out.
there was
So how many,
Yeah.
like 3?
3.
Yeah.
3 or 4. There's maybe some others that will come down the line too to do that, but
Who were they?
like Anaconda Deer Lodge,
Remember.
maybe Tool, there's
In Madison?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
What some of those are doing is that they're, I think they're gonna. There's some way where they're kind of, I'm not sure.
Spit it
They're doing some hybrid of where they're, I think they'll have a mechanism for, returning the funds or whatever if they're, but I think if we're only doing the lower amounts, Supreme Court comes in and said you should have done more, they'll tell us how we correct the issue. But yeah, I think, I did tell Mako that preliminarily that we're gonna be part of the group and, but would let them know for sure in another week.
What's the closed matter?
I'll text you.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it's anything where it has to be closed.
You're just
It's,
doing a personnel review.
Doing a.
You're writing one.
As long as you're not doing anything, I guess, verbally. It'd be okay.
So it's just.
A review, performance review.
Up for the step increase.
Okay.
Fill
I
out the
just,
form though, so I can put it in their file.
I just wouldn't, if you have it on Zoom, I just wouldn't use, give the complete number.
Right, Michael, come on up, you're next.
How's everybody doing that?
Can you state your name and everything for the record?
Matt Farrell.
What's going on?
Well, I've got a copy of the easement that Northwestern put together that you guys asked me to bring back.
I wasn't here.
You weren't?
I was on the fire one. I was here for the first one, then he was gonna go get the stuff and come back.
And you're good, we're good on it.
This is the final easement, yes,
Yeah.
they're just asking for you guys
So-
to review and sign.
Does that need to be filed
I think they would take it back and they would record it.
and then they're gonna record it?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's easement you're gonna submit to Northwestern Energy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys were good on this?
Yeah,
Because first we wasn't quite sure.
yeah,
what
we
was
just
going on.
didn't understand.
Yeah, we cleared it up.
Misinformation. So yeah, we felt it.
So,
He could use, he could use our code.
okay, so we'll entertain a motion for that. What, Blaine?
let's see here.
I make a motion that we give the easement grant to Northwestern Energy for Mackenzie Court.
Nice second.
The only thing I don't see on here are the conditions on the usage.
It's supposed to be in there.
Let's see here. Construct, operate, maintain, replace, upgrade, and remove overhead and underground power lines, communication necessary appurtenances.
I'll probably, okay with voting this because I was there for the second.
Yeah, we had some conditions on there.
Yeah, you guys didn't want to see any
Yeah.
commercial marijuana.
Good work.
Yeah,
No commercial marijuana grows.
I just don't see that here unless I'm missing it.
Gotta be on there, so.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I thought it was, let me see here.
And Bailey, for knows, I'm gonna change the vote because I wasn't here on the second one. but-
Mhm.
Right. Listen. Without that all being on,
Is
you
that
can't
for
really,
against the mic?
that's your condition, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they just wanna, if they wanted to add it there too, well,
Well, it was supposed to take them 3 weeks and it took them like 2 months. And these guys are trying to get cooked out there, they're like in a campground right now. So if there's anything we can do to speed it up.
alright, well, I can write language on here, but
Okay.
but it still needs, I think it still needs to go back to them. Let's see here,
Well, we can't really write on there and then just accept it.
yeah, I mean, I'd give my proposed language there, but
Could you do that? No, I'll give it back to
oh,
him.
yeah.
I'll send it back to him today. I'm sorry. I
Is
didn't
that-
waste your time.
is that okay? There wouldn't be accepted today, but you take it back to them, but, okay.
Okay, quickly on that thing, he's got everything done up there except the waiting on Jeremy for the wiring. So I'm gonna give Jeremy a call.
Thanks.
They're gonna put ice cable and everything in the drain.
Yeah.
Nice. That'll be a big improvement.
Hopefully, yeah. That's a plan, right?
What are we putting there?
Power in the drain so it melts it. So we don't have.
What did you say?
Yeah, the ice cable.
Ice cable?
Heat belt
Ice
cable.
cable melts ice, so it sits in there, so we don't get them big fields up like we did, and people falling down, that was the whole, yeah.
So that's what it's called, ice cable.
Ice melt, I think, ice melt cable or heat tape.
Heat tape, yeah.
Yeah, heat tape. Ice cable would probably be better. It looks like they cemented it all in.
But now they'll lay the cable in there so they can clean and stuff, they have to be able to clean that.
Oh, they're putting grates in. Oh,
That's what, the big, yeah,
that's why the wood's on top.
and then you pull that off after the cement sets and then set the grades, and you're supposed to be down blowing up with a grade of the weight of.
So that's not like the original plan. That's really one big old glaze.
No, they gotta have the individuals so they can clean it.
Okay, so we did not.
We jumped ahead because we're waiting on it, Jim. What's your name again?
Matt.
Matt, yeah. Well, now he's in, so I mean, we're. Here's that closed session. Didn't leave them here.
I only printed one. I figured you're right.
So would we put this on next week again?
Have to, because he has to take it.
Is that,
I
I'm
don't-
sorry for the delay, but
I get it.
Well, without a roll down, we don't dare even, we can make a motion. No, we better not put it
Yeah.
back.
Wait,
Yeah, I think.
There's some dollars here.
Then that way at least. Without conditions on it, it takes back to change.
Read my
And just
chicken
have to make
scratch.
sure it's all paper trail. Somebody told us about paper trails.
paper trail, yes, documentation, transparency,
So,
all that.
not using it.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah, not using it, no.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, free to go?
Yeah, nice.
See you guys next
Sorry
week.
about
okay?
I
So we
gave,
just do one of these. over?
I figured you guys could share. I gave you a big one of these to sign for all of you. Usually they're the long pieces of paper. It's the only long piece of paper I gave you today. Did you fold it and throw it away? I can print another one.
You don't have this all typed up for us all pretty.
Oh, look, there you go. And you signed
Which one is that? The,
the resolution.
on,
We signed a copy apparently.
2023-14.
Throwing things away, are we?
I just folded it up.
Oh, you I see.
No, I heard it. I thought it was that other. Yeah, I don't, that's just. Why would?
But
All this power thing. Seems like there's something that just bothered me. There's
so,
something-
yeah, we do have the express conditions, conditional upon it not being used for
Yeah.
commercial marijuana. So that's why I don't know.
Good
Yeah.
catch.
Mhm.
Well, I heard that they were.
Yeah, let me sign that.
Yeah,
Oh, other than that, then, oh, we're doing the evaluation, are you doing it? I nominate Lance to do evaluation.
okay. Do you guys want to go into a closed session to do the evaluation? So you can,
Got knowledge, skill.
so you can
Copy that too.
discuss it? Or do you,
Quality
do
of
I
work,
close it?
demonstrate.
Do I close it?
Consistently.
Yeah, I would
of
think,
excellent
Okay.
quality,
So going into the
accuracy,
closed
and
session.
it's got, I
We
think
like-
something's gonna come up verbally, so you guys can
to
talk about it
discuss-
verbally.
Yeah,
So I'd encourage you to close it, but your call.
Yeah, we're both,
okay.
Oh, sorry,
we're doing it.
and. You can.
Okay. You're back on.
We're back on now, we had an evaluation, so on that note, Billy will take care of the rest of that, and I entertain a motion to be done today.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Public comment. Public comment. Nobody there.
There's Elena's on still.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Thanks, everybody. Good day. Wow.